Hi Shiva sir, good evening.
Hi Shiva, good evening.
Hey, am I audible?
Yes.
Hi Shiva, good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Shiva, before start the session, I want to share one or two words. May I?
Yes, please.
I don't know whether it is the right place to discuss. I don't know. First of all, sorry what happened yesterday.
Okay.
As a trainer, I understand your feeling because I started my career as a trainer. I handled 30 to 35 batches for IBM.
Okay.
After that, due to my family situation, I shifted my career from trainer to as a college professor.
Okay.
So during the first batch, 10 students went and meet my HOD and they told, we don't want that faculty.
Okay.
At that time, I went to the HOD and I told, sorry, sir, due to my classes, you may face a lot of issues. Please allot some other faculty to that class. I don't want to spoil my students' life. So like that, I conveyed that information. But my HOD told, I believe in you, ma. And only 10 students came and told, you don't want. But other 40 students wants you only. Because they know you and they believe in you. So like that, in our class, I don't know about others. I believe in you, Shiva. Please don't disappoint us.
No. See, even I'm telling you, like even I was there and I'm querying answers at 11:35 hours around 11:40 itself yesterday. It's not something like I committed my thing, so I have to do that. That's it.
Yes, Shiva, I understand that because as a trainer, I know what you feel and I put myself in that place. And then only I'm here to open up because
at least if they're, I'll tell you, at least for you now, they went to HOD and they told like, at least they can see the problem. Now, I don't know who have that issue. And I don't know if unless if you're not speaking, I don't know who has this issue.
I don't know what happened to others because I'm also new to this IT field. And first day,
no. I completely see. Yesterday, like Amit bro told, like yes, this is like if he able to like he able to open right, then I like can I do in something. It's not something that's the reason. First half an hour, like most of the times, like not this one. For every batch, we usually take it up. We have to listen the audience where they came from. So if everyone says like if they're very good with that, I can go a little bit speedy. I won't go like this thing even.
Yes, Shiva. And please don't disappoint us because we are good with your session. And
Yes, Shiva,
I'm new to I'm new to this IT field because as a trainer only, I continued my career till 16 years. I don't know what is IT field. Even lot of words you are discussing with that, it is new to me. And after complete the session, 1 week, I repeatedly watching your video and each and every term I'm searching. And I'm asking my husband, what is that? What is pre-pod? What is happening in your field? Because my husband is a senior manager in IT field and we never discuss anything in my family. So after that session only, I learned a lot of information. Now I have little mapping what is happening in the IT field.
Great to hear.
Like that, like that you created a knowledge. Please don't disappoint. And I believe in you, Shiva. Definitely at the end of the session, as a DevOps engineer, I know at least 50%. I don't have practical knowledge. I have only theory knowledge. Once I joined any organization, then only I'll get a knowledge what happened in real time. But after attended this 4-day session, I'm confident that at least at the end of our 5th interview or 6th interview, definitely I'll get a job. That confidence you only created. Please don't disappoint us. Please continue the session, please.
Yes, Shiva, please don't disappointed in the yesterday classes, please. Okay.
I'll tell you, this is my 18th batch. This is the first time I continuously encountered negative feedback. Not I say I don't know, like that is again different story. But I never encountered. This is on my 18th batch. Even I came about like multiple situations also. Like people, I usually be there with a star as a, and whenever there is these things has been there. But this is the first time I no my intention I'm getting that is okay. I'm not came here to learn new things because for every batch I'm telling the same things. Okay, but if I'm not able to tell you like if you guys are disappointed, then I have to take it that is a different way because I don't want to in a situation I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to kill your time. Both it should be right. That is the reason I told like I'll talk with them.
Okay.
If you have
I
anything,
understand.
definitely I'll if you have anything, definitely can ask. And if I am able to do, if I'm not able to do, I said like sometimes maybe there is this thing. I say okay, I'll check in later. I'll come back. So that is how things can happen.
Okay. Not a problem,
Okay.
Siva.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you,
Just
friend. Thank you. 2 minutes for sparring with
Okay.
me. Thank you.
Okay,
no problem.
Siva, before starting the session, I have some problems.
You have many problems, man. First, clear all the environment. You installed how many Javas you installed, man? Huh?
I have two Java because Java 8 is my project
No,
needs and
Java
Java 11.
not required. Just install JDK 11. It will be fulfill all
Yes,
those
yes,
things.
Java 8 and Java 11 both are installed in my systems because Java 8 is required my project.
No,
So
give
it's
me a minute. Give me a minute. 1 second. Just give me a minute. Yes, boss. So better, if you have multiple things like that, better take a EC2 instances of Ubuntu and practice your Jenkins in there. So like install Jenkins over there. That can be easy for you. Like instead of going on all these things.
can I share my screen? You can guide me something.
Okay. If I have JRE, it won't work, buddy.
No, JDK is also installed because I have no idea. I have a good idea about Java.
Okay.
Just like I'm reinstalling the Jenkins because I'm removing the Jenkins first time.
Okay.
After some problems. But
why you're cloning the Git repository as a zip? Why you're not taking the Git clone?
Yes, Git clone. No. This is another things. It's a by default, by mistake download.
Okay. That by mistake is fine. Don't use any chip.
No. I am using a Git bash.
Okay.
And next, then this is showing this message. How to do that? How to resolve it?
I'm able to see your screen, but I'm not able to see any error. I'm able to see your downloads.
No. This screen is not visible.
No, you have to share your full screen, not a single screen.
Okay, just a minute. Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, JDK is unavailable. Yes.
Yes. But JDK is available.
No, that's what it is taking. It is taking other. If you have a JRE, then it is taking that as a JRE as a default for you. Just close this session. Close this thing. Just put is okay.
Okay.
And just open your screen.
Okay, just a minute.
Shiva, I think while installing, he can navigate and reselect that JDK folder. Like I had.
Yeah, but he can. He can.
Yes, yes, yes.
But you know what happened? What happened? Yeah, now I can see. Just
can finish it.
Yeah, finish.
Okay, then you can close it.
I'll try again. I hope you're sharing the full screen. Yeah, now this time. Okay. Yeah, next. Okay. Just use anything. Okay. Okay.
This one.
Because it was not unable to find Jenkins from that, but it was unable to pick Java from there because you have multiple over there.
No, the first time it's working fine now, and after reinstalling again, then this issue in occur.
No.
Okay. First time is working fine.
Just go to that path, please.
Go to
that particular path. Now, where you install Java, right?
Okay. Just I'm going to that. This one.
See here, you have a JDK itself, like you have a 1.8 and a JDK 11. So it was not unable to pick that one. The JDK 1.8 you installed on 520. It was not able to pick that JDK 1.8 to JDK 11. It is getting confusion. So either you have to be either JDK 11 or JDK 1.8. Anything one is only required.
The first of all, the first time you can installing the Jenkins, then you can asking the path now. You can select the path.
No, like once it will first it says it gave you directly path. Now it was unable to find that path. That's what error it shows.
Okay.
So you have, that's what I tell, right? You have multiple JDKs.
Yes, the multiple JDK, but we can use multiple JDK is okay for this.
You can, but Jenkins won't work. That's what I told her.
Okay, but first time is working fine.
Okay, maybe that time you not have a JDK, both JDKs.
Okay.
That's what, instead of better take any of Ubuntu machine, install Jenkins over there, practice from there.
Okay, I have no any Ubuntu machine because.
No, take EC2 instance, na.
Okay, from AWS.
Huh.
Okay.
That is free only, right? 750 hours per year. How many hours you wanna practice? 5 or 6 hours?
Yes.
You can take happily. You can take any Ubuntu machine.
Okay. Or Siva, I have one request to you. Okay. You can end-to-end develop just like you can connect Git to Jenkins and Jenkins to AWS. AWS just like EC2 instance. One example, please.
No. You want to have a Jenkins, Git, and EC2 instances.
Yes.
Why? Like you want to deploy things into the EC2 instances?
Yes. I want to just like first of all, we can communicate with CI/CD into Jenkins through Git, right? And then deploy to EC2 instance.
Okay.
So it's some confusion because I am not going to practice before because my machine is not comfortable for that.
Okay, but so anyway, we are ready to start and deployment things like hold your breath over there. So we just started Docker now. So and going on, we will do deploy into the EC2 instances. Okay.
Okay, sure.
So if I told like again, it will go on like a lot of confusion for you. Okay. So we are ready to start anything on the deployment side. We just started Docker. So ignore as of now, just keep hold your breath for that. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
That's a simple thing. Like if you want to do that, I'll guide you. Like just go to the simple job, like freestyle job. Take like you have a post build action. Just install EC2 plugin. Okay, just go and check for the EC2 plugin in Jenkins. You have an EC2 plugin, but there you have to add like have to provide access keys, and you have to do that, and also SSH because you are connecting through the server as an SSH. That is very much important. These are the two things you required.
Okay. According just like you have shown me a practical basically, so I have clear my dots.
Yep, but it won't happen now. It will take some time for that because
Okay, not a problem.
we have to we have few things to go on there.
Okay, not a problem.
And Shiva, like, what is fork option in GitHub? Like that fork option comes up in the.
Oh, did I not tell you about that?
I don't think so.
Okay. No problem. Sorry. Okay. Give me a minute. Let me share my screen. So here you have a fork option. Okay. Now we can see here I could able to see 4 people has been forking this thing repository. Okay. What is mean by the fork mean to say? Fork mean to say you are like adding this repository into your repository sections, but you won't have access to update anything. But everything like, you can keep this repository. Suppose this is my repository. How you want to have access this repository into your local. So you have to clone this and then either you have to push that one. Instead of doing that one, you can clone this. You can fork this. And from if you do the forking, right, it will be added to you as a repository into your repositories list. Okay. Once if you added that as an into repository list, you can do, but you cannot update the existing code or anything. Like either you can do in a fork version because when you fork it, it will come as one of the copy into your local thing. You can do this any changes in there, and also you can, but it's not impacted any original repository. So my repository, if you suppose like like you fork this one and you do a lot of changes, but it won't impact it on my these things. If you want to get my repositories into your like repository section, you can fork that one instead of taking clone and updating all those things. You can just simply fork that one. Okay.
Yes.
So some people are.
And in Jenkins, like in a precondition, I mean, before build, there was like a Jenkins projects. So that can explain one more time because I just got
Jenkins project.
Yeah. In the when you create a freestyle or any. Sorry, not Jenkins, GitHub project. Yes.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yes, one option is a GitHub project, but I am using a GitHub repository, right? So what is the use of GitHub project basically?
You want Git project or this one you're asking, right?
No, in the Jenkins option is available in the Jenkins GitHub project.
In the Jenkins, when you create a freestyle, the option comes like discard old base and then GitHub project.
No. See, GitHub project, here you have a GitHub projects actually. What this do, right? This project, you can have link your project and you can write it up like, who doing what activities, like suppose what activities you have left. I have to like, okay, pipeline creation, Docker image creation, has been what are the activities. You can, all these things you can write up into a kind of a spreadsheet. This thing you can directly invoking into your Jenkins. You can write it, you can click here a projects, you can link your project, or you can create a project, you can get that project into your repository. So just creating a new project here. Just let me show you. Okay. And I open, it comes like this thing. It comes like a tables or boards or roadmaps. You have different styles of templates you can utilize, but I'm getting you like a Zira board. It comes as like a Zira board kind of thing. Project management tool kind of thing, you can say. Suppose to-do list. To-do, I say, okay, I have, I can say to-do list. I have Kubernetes. So it is taking a little bit time. So you can see here, these are the to-do item list, I can say. And here in progress, I said Docker is done. Docker is going on.
After to do, just like a drag and drop in progress
You
list,
have
right?
to do, yes, simple
Yes,
drag and drop. So how
yes.
it's a kind of project management tool, like how you have Jira.
Okay.
Okay, you can have a multiple views, you can create all these things and you can show this thing. Okay.
This is a connect to the Jenkins also, right?
You can invoke these things to Jenkins. This project you can invoke to this.
Okay.
Okay, it created one multiple projects. So like this, you can create a project because, Git has been improving a lot nowadays. They're, creating a lot of features and they're implementing a lot of features because they're getting it competitors. Like a lot of competitors been happening and they're trying to do a lot of things. You can see here the projects as well. On like here, you can create a projects.
Shiva, just like there are 10 people are working on there, right? Every people have a to-do list, have a 10 task, right? And then
You
someone
can
are moved
create,
to
see,
yes, create
to
it.
do.
And how to map with the which are working on this one.
You can add
Everyone are
repositories, you can add the repositories, you can add people, you can do a lot of things on that, but it required to be that you are in a if you're creating in a project, to see how to be in organization. In organization, how many members you have, you can add that to the team.
okay.
So here you can see, you can write multiple. This is a kind of table view. Okay. As you're saying, right, like how I want to have, like if you go here, like your organizations, here you have multiple organizations. These are the all organizations. Okay, if I'm going on this organization, okay, if this is my, I'm the owner for this thing organization, and here this is I'm a member of organization. Yes, see, I have 4 people here. I have 4 people here. Okay, these 4 people can access the project because they are in the same repository. They are into the same organization, and what are the repositories under the organization, they can have access to these things. They want to create, again, you can create one more here as a team, and you can maintain that as a proper flexible repository access and all you can maintain by using the teams. The first thing I told, like create an organization and invoke the people over there, so that all will be here.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And how to connect the GitHub project to the Jenkins GitHub project? How to configure it?
Git comes as a default plugin. You're not required to configure your Git. Directly can take the source code. Why you want to map it up your Git project to be here?
In Jenkins Git project to a map to the Jenkins, no?
No, why you want to do that? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, just like I'm just have a question because the one option are available. Why this is used for that?
Oh, Git comes as a default project. You're not required to add a Git, and you're trying to add .exe file. You're not required to add like that. You have to go to the C program files and you have to install. You have to set it up. Git comes as a default thing. You're not required to do that one. But specifically because it is a see why you're not required to configure Git is as a GitHub projects, all those things. Git has the facility of public repositories. Most of them are public repositories. So you're not required to have any usernames, passwords, all those things. You're not required to have a provider provide access to that. So that directly can take it up. So it will usually have like direct clone flexibility. So you're not required to worry on the Git to configure and the Jenkins.
Okay.
So that is purely plugins. They creating it like a lot of plugins. That's it. But usually like you won't do that. So you're never going to configure your Git directly to the Jenkins. Wherever you want to have, you take the clone because that's the source code, right? I have to keep it up and I have to keep that as a kind of less uses kind of thing.
Yes,
I
yes.
mean to say I don't want to disturb much things on there. Can we make a file hidden after push it to GitHub or GitLab? Hidden we can't do. We don't have any option for the hidden. As far as I know, we don't have any option for the hidden. But you can just remove the access to them so they can't see. You won't have any hidden file concepts here, buddy. You won't have any specific file kind of thing. So suppose if I go here, this just consider this a Docker file. Here either I have download option, I have like a copy raw file and raw things, and here edit option. In the edit option also I have edit places, GitHub desktop. Like these are all kind of editors I have. That's it. I don't have any option for hidden. Okay. It will only like you can make it up things as your way of access. Okay, let me take EC2 quickly. So any questions on the Docker yesterday? We installed Docker, we pull the Docker, we added the user to the Docker, and we remove the images, we pull the images, we remove the images, all those things we done.
Shiva, we need a time to explore a little bit on Docker because we have only short duration, so we didn't explore Docker on that.
Sure. As of now, if you have any questions, you can shoot out to me. While you're practicing it, right, mostly try to practice either Ubuntu or RHEL. Okay, so take like Red Hat or like Ubuntu. Those are the two maximum usages kind of things in real time. Okay, as far as I know, again. Okay, again, I recap that yesterday what we done. We went on the Docker, we installed the Docker, and we pulled the images from the Docker. And again, we went to the Docker Hub as well. We saw what kind of images we have, what is the Docker official image, and what is the other images, like sponsored images, or like other images, what we have. All those things we saw that, okay?
Hello.
Yeah.
Shiva, just like I am getting the image from the Docker Hub, right? But
Sorry?
in the case, just like I am using the instance, virtual machine, I am getting the image from the Docker Hub, right?
I didn't get you good.
Pull the image from the Docker Hub, right?
Yeah, defaultly connected to the Docker Hub. So
right.
if image is,
but in case of organizations, the not need to store the images in Docker Hub, right?
No, I told right, like yesterday, we are using a different image registry as a QI. Okay, that is also shown. It's not required to you have to use this thing, like, but you cannot remove it from the Docker. So usually when you click the Docker, it automatically defaultly connected to the Docker Hub. What you have to do, you have to block the Docker Hub, firewall request you have to block. Other than that, you don't have access. So default, it will be connected to that.
Okay.
But show the generic images. Say, for example, I need a Python environment. So to pull that Python environment, I should rely on the Docker Hub, like, or there is some company specific repository, or like how they manage in real time.
You never goes on like any public images. We don't know how much vulnerabilities you have for that images, so that's not suggestible. Take it up in real time in the project specifications. We won't take any of the public image available. If the image public available, if you aren't such a simple thing, you required a specific version. That was specific version you don't have with you. So now what you do, simply like you are getting that file, getting that image into your local. You are scanning that images, and then you are uploading into your local, what you have, like your image registry. If you have different image registry, you are again pushing that to there, and you are maintaining from there only. You can do. But it's not something like you can directly pointing it to the Docker Hub. You should, you're not going to use any of your images from directly from the Docker Hub, or it's kind of public. You're not going to do that one. So if you want to have say specific image has been already available, I don't want to take it up that, no, then you can take it up things like into your local, and again, you have to push into your like image registry, not like as direct connecting actually.
Okay, I mean, some practical, please. Maybe down the line. Like what I'm trying to say is, like, say for example, to run my automation script, I need 10 software, say Python, then browser need to be installed, certain dependencies. So these all become as an image, right? I have to make an image, then make the environment once to set up environment in the remote servers.
No, that's what I said. Like everything you see, everything comes as an image only. Suppose that's what I say. If you now even I don't have a suppose. Let me see.
I'm just trying to relate it, like maybe you will show in the later class, but
no, I understand your things. Like what I'm telling you, right? Like everything comes as an image, but you never gonna take images. If I simply use Ubuntu, it is directly pointing to directly getting it from my Docker Hub, right?
Yes.
Okay, now what I usually do, even if I'm going on the Docker file, suppose for an example, if I'm going on the Docker file, I have to provide an image name over there, like Python image. If I'm using Python as an environment, I'm going to utilize Python as an environment where thing. But there, I won't provide a simple Python and version something. I have to provide where the Python is also. Now I'm taking the Python from my own repository. I'm not taking Python from my Docker Hub. Let me show you.
I mean, what about like say in Maven, we just give a version number from anything above that install that.
A simple thing, like to show you an example, this is a Docker file. Okay, this is my Docker file. And the Docker file, just see this is one of the base image, like Ubuntu. This is the JME version. Okay, this is the one of the version. Okay, now what happening when I install this thing, when I ran this thing, it will come. Image if not available in my local. What image if image is not been available in my local, only image will be goes to the Docker Hub for searching the image. Okay, now here what I do, I won't give directly as a like this thing. I'll always use. Suppose if I'm using Quai. Just for suppose if I'm using a Quai, just consider. Just consider if I'm in what I do, I'll provide the path quai.io from a repository. Just consider debit card. So I have to provide the exact path of my local image repository. Okay. If I not provided this thing, it directly goes to the Docker Hub.
Okay.
It directly goes to the Docker Hub. But if I'm providing the path, it directly going to where that image is there and trying to pick that one.
Okay, so like to summarize, like any organization will have their secured place where
that's what I say.
Images.
Yeah, even though if you're going on this thing, right, like in for the Docker, it is just public hub. There also you have a private repositories. You can connect it to your private repositories. You can utilize that private repositories. But for authentication purpose, like you have to do that one. You have to go like if you're going on the Kubernetes, you have to add the access keys. Like you have a token, you have to add the tokens, and either you have to generate the tokens or a lot of things you have to do that. If you're doing on that like a platform oriented deployments. But in a normal here as well, you have to use Docker login, and then only you have to pull that image. If else you can't get that image. That is purely secured way you will do. If you are Docker, just consider in Docker, you have public and private repositories. Public repositories, anyone can access. Private repositories, only the person who have access to that, they only can do that one. Okay, so if you go, you not have a Docker, you have a different image registry. If you're going on that image registry, you have to specify the a clear path for that image in that image registry. Okay, because default Docker is defaultly connected to your Docker Hub, but there is no, you can't change the path like that.
Okay.
If you want how many images also, even if you want Python, Java, what are the images you have to provide where you're picking that image. If it is directly can pick it from the public image repository, or it has to be pick it from your private repositories, or it has to be picked from your third party different image registry or different hub. So anything you have to clearly mention that there. I want this, I want that kind of thing.
And which software do you use to scan the public images for vulnerability? That will tell us.
Twistlock is one thing we usually use. That is very good image scanner thing. Let me show you meanwhile. This is the like scanning for the images section, vulnerability scanning you called.
It is free.
Free trial, not free.
Okay, free trial. Any open source tool for free?
No, like you don't have any open source. These are kind of thing. Where is this thing? Twistlock. You can see this, but this is like this thing. You can install either Jenkins. Jenkins also can be installed Jenkins this thing, and you can get, but you require to have a software for that. So this will it will scan your images as whenever see it will get you like a scan details like this thing. So whether you have vulnerabilities or not, what you have in images, it will line by line it will scan and it will update you. Yeah, it's from the Cloud Foundry. This is what. So you have to get license. Now Prisma is also, you can call it Prisma Cloud Scan also. That will be deployed is there in that. Is there anything Git hooks? Yes, we have we configure Git webhooks in there. That's will already shown you in Jenkins, right? Like how you configuring the webhooks, all those things. So this is a Prisma Cloud. It's like this is one utilizing it for the this thing for your Twistlock. It's a cloud native cybersecurity platform.
What is this used for? I'm not getting that. Twistlock.
Twistlock is a image scanner. Like you have image, right? We're creating a Docker images, right? Like we are taking that as the public images. You have to. What happened? This thing. 1 second, guys. Yeah, like you're downloading images from the Docker Hub, are you creating images your own? So it is all third-party connected kind of thing. So we require to scan that. So if you have any vulnerabilities for that images, all those things can be will be there. It will be scanned through Twistlock. That is one of the tool.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to discuss, sir, like how to create our own image. Like we're going to discuss on that. Okay, so we were like Docker images. As we see, we don't have repositories. We don't have any images now. As I told yesterday, we can get in any of the images. Suppose I'm going on the Docker Hub, I can search for any images. If I'm taking Ubuntu, I'm taking Ubuntu as the one image. That's it. I'm not. You're in a platform of Ubuntu. Why you're taking Ubuntu? It's not something. I'm just taking that as a kind of example. That's it. It's not something I'm taking. I'm not taking a kind of these things. So I can take Linux as well. If you guys are like you can take Linux as like these things, or Amazon Linux. You can take any of the thing. You can take it up. That just it only for the reference. I'm just giving you this thing. Okay. because it's a kind of, small images you can have, and these are official images. So I'm using pulling the Docker. Even if I'm not provided, it automatically use the latest tag, default tag as the latest. Let me get that image here. So if I see here, I'm getting an image as Ubuntu. That is the latest image, latest tag, and image ID created 2 weeks back ago, and this is size. Okay. Now this is a, like, whatever I call, this is a base image. Now image has been in my local. Now I have to create a custom image for myself. I have to create a custom image for myself. Mean to say, now I can't directly use Ubuntu. I have, like, as I told, right, my requirement is very simple. I have to get like I have to use a Tomcat. In the Tomcat, I have to place my application wherever I have, where is my application. I have to place that application, and I require to run that application. That is very simple. I have to run through. I have to run that application in the through containers. Okay, through containers, I have to run that application. That is what a simple requirement. I have a Java, I have like a Gamukat application. That Gamukat application need to be created as a custom image. That can be, if I require to run that application, the run as that var, I require a web server. So I have to have a Tomcat. If I require Tomcat, I require Java. So I'm all these things I require to place in somewhere, like I required some kind of, a platform where I have to install Java, where I have to install Tomcat, where I have to copy my var file, all those things I require to do these things. This is a simple requirement. Okay. Now, how I'm going to enabling that requirement, how I'm going to achieve that requirement, I'll tell you. Normal images mean to say, what is a normal image? You say like pictures?
Means when we are using that images for Tomcat, Apache, or anywhere, any executable file is an image, correct?
No.
Means what
Who said any executable is image?
Means any application we are deploying is not an image.
Like .exe, where you creating that as an image? Where we created a var file, right? We created as a var file, that is a package, not an image, right?
Okay. So is there any difference what we are using in Docker as you have shown that we are downloading Ubuntu or Linux or something? Okay, is there any difference? Means what we using Docker pull command, that image name, is there different from normal thing, or is that the same image we are just downloading in Docker format?
No, I didn't get your question. So I have, now we're going on the Docker images. So I told Docker images, a lot of Docker images available in Docker Hub. Okay, now what is your question, please?
Like here we are installing, suppose we are installing Ubuntu. Okay, by that command Docker, this command. And we are using also Ubuntu in other places, like installing Ubuntu on AWS or somewhere else. So my question is those image type are different or the same thing, but just we are using
no,
in
that
Docker?
We call it as AMIs. That is also, it all kind of, image, you call that as also images. If you're going on creating an instance, right, you have to provide AMI. Okay.
Yes.
All the AMIs has been utilized as a images only. That also you called images. This is also called images. Everything is the same, but placing is different. But that image you require to create as in the readable format for AWS. This image is creating you to understand any container technology. But little bit differences, but both are the same.
Okay.
That is there, like you require to have a pack CLI, like you require to create a pack CLI. By using the pack CLI, you're going to create that images that you call AMI. Okay, let me show you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Here you call it, these are the images. All are same, but you cannot directly use because it won't support it for the direct Docker kind of images. It required to have like, Amazon mission images. This is the images you have to convert that images. It required to have a pack CLI. With the help of pack CLI only going to do this thing. Okay,
got it.
So these are the types of images I have. I can take any of the image. I'm not required to take, like, even I can have I can take Python image. I can take any of the image. Even BusyBox is also one kind of image. So I can take BusyBox as well. Let me do. This is always why nowadays is going on very, very regularly. Okay, so I'm doing Docker pull busybox. So see here, I'm directly getting it from the busybox. If I use Docker images, I'll get 2 images now. So one is busybox and one is Ubuntu. That's how, you can get any of your images, like, we can get it like in images, you can get that, all those things. Okay. Busybox is one image, as I told. Now we can use Ubuntu as well. Those are all will be available. Whatever the available images, you can take on that one. So now, okay, now I want to create my own image. I have to create a custom image. Why I have to create a custom image? Because I have to place my application to be run over there. And to run off my application, I require a web server, which is kind of a Tomcat. If I require a Tomcat, I require Java. So all these things, some setup is being required for that one. So for that setup, we are going to achieve by using a file called Docker file. By using a file called Docker file. D capital letter, a single letter, single word. Remember, it is a D capital letters and it's a single word. If you're not provided D as a capital letters, it won't run. Very simple. Okay. So even in interviews, while they're asking, hey, can you create a Docker file? If they can ask you, hey Shiva, can you create a sample Docker file? Then you have to write a D as a capital letters. That is very, very important. Don't just save this as a Docker file, not like that. You have to create a Docker file, D capital letters. And it's also not a Docker space file, Docker underscore file, Docker hyphen file, not like that. It's a simple Docker file. Okay. This is okay. This is a simple text file. A simple text file. Even you won't have any extensions, say .txt, kind of things. You won't have it. Simple Docker file. That's it. Okay, it's a simple text file which have instructions and arguments. Which have instructions and arguments. What is meant by the instructions and what is meant by the arguments? So I'm saying, like, buddy, you do this thing. I'm providing an instruction. Go and do this thing. Okay, if I go and do this thing, where I have to go and what I have to do, those are the arguments. I'm saying instruction, go. Okay, to where? That's the argument. Do, instruction. What is what I have to do? Argument. So you have to provide what you have to do, what action you have to do, what instruction you have to do, and what that instruction you have to pass some arguments. Okay, you can pass some arguments for that one. So look like suppose if I say copy, what is the source? What is the destination? Okay, like you have to provide source and destination, where you call copy as instruction and the source and destinations are called arguments. Like this, we have around 12 to 13 instructions only. You not have a very huge number of instructions, very limited of instructions you have. I try I'm taking I'll show you some of the instructions. First, I'll explain some of the instructions on that, and then how I'm integrating that as a kind of a simple or sample Docker file, and I'll run that to a Docker file. Okay. Now, if you're seeing an instructions, like you have around, as I told, right, like you have very limited type of instructions. If you see, first instruction is the from. First instruction is from. What is mean by the from? And again, remember that what I write for the from, I write it up from as a capital letters. See that? I write from as a capital letters. Even every instruction should be in a capital letters. Every instruction should be in a capital letters. Remember that every instruction should be in a capital letters. If you not mention that as in a capital letters, again, it won't readable. And in an interview, they don't see like what you have in there. They don't see what you have over there. They simply see the format, whether you're writing correctly or not. You have to argument, you can pass anything. Argument, you can pass anything. Like you can pass, no one knows that. But instruction should be in a proper shape. Instruction should be writing in a capital letters. Every instruction should be ready to write in a capital letters. Okay. So from is a kind of instruction. It is help you to pull images. To pull the base images, you can write pull the base images. So like I require a platform to do that. Okay, if I'm doing something, I require a platform. Suppose I can take any of the platform, any of the image. Like if I need to run some Python script, I require Python. So I can take the Python image, or I can take Ubuntu, I can install Python. Like this, you can directly take Python image and you can run the script on that one. But now I'm going on to get you more to give you more context. I'm just taking like kind of like Ubuntu, and on the Ubuntu, I'm installing Python. On the Python, I'm running the script. I'm going on like, longer way to show you more examples. Okay. So from pull the base images, any of the base images you have, how you going to pull that? By using from command, from instruction. Okay. So next you have is run. Run to execute any command. Any commands. Simple thing. Echo is a Linux command. If you want to echo Linux command, if you want to use any of the command, you want to have a PWD, just get the local thing. You just want to do ls, or you use mkdir. These are all like Linux based commands. Like there's a shell commands. If you want to run any of the shell based commands or bash based commands, all those things you can try using run mkdir one folder name, or run touch file name. Or like this, you can provide any of the Linux command, any shell command or any bash command, any of the command, you can pass this to run instruction to execute that specific commands.
Siva,
yes.
I have one more question. Just like I want to pull my project image, right? And I also pull my JDK or many more images. So can run more than one from or single comma separate?
Yeah, you can. No, one from will be take as one. Again, if you want to have, you can create one more here. You can write one more. But that is not suggestible, because in a Docker file more than one. See, why we are creating a container? Container is a very small scale. We are going to maintaining the small scales of the things. If you're going on multiple images, your Docker file will get like if you creating more instructions in your Docker file, it will leads to the more space of the image. If image itself is taking 1 GB space, and how much of your application need to be copied over there, how much of application required to be there, all those things, right? So that is the reason we always goes on the that's what. So now you have a JDK. Suppose you have multiple images. You have a JDK image, you have Python image, you have some more images. What you do first, you create a base images based on by using these 3 images. Okay, you create one image with all including those things. Okay, then after, like, you have to pass that as also as a base image, because you can't do directly with one just give from as a 3 images. You never do that one. Take from one command, you create your custom image. Take one more Docker image, take one more Docker file, just use the second image. Like this, you have to do 3 times of that, and then only all 3 images come as a one kind of single image to you.
That means we can create a multiple Docker file, right?
You have to. In that case, you have to do. But it is not suggestible to use multiple from commands for that in Docker file.
Okay.
It's not I'm not saying like it is impossible to do that. It can be, but it's not a standard practice.
Okay.
Workday to a default executable path. Auto set working direct. All right. Suppose I have to go to some specific folder. I'm just giving cd/etc/ or something. Here also, if I require to go to that, change directory, as how you have change directory, here you have working directory. You have working directory. If you want to go to any specific folders, or if you want to set any working directory path, all those things you can do with by using workday instructions. Next, you have copy. Copying from local source, local files to container. Next, you have add. Copying local and remote files to container. Okay, you have both copy and add. Both are two instructions, but both do the copy. But copy, if you give copy, it will only what it do, it copy the files from whatever the local files, it will be copied into the container. Or else if you do an add, right, what instead of even along with the local files, it is also get you like from the remote repositories also, like from the remote path also it will get. Suppose you want to install some kind of things, you usually use a wget as a one kind of instruction. What if you give wget and path, what it will do, it will download the path into your local. So similarly, you can directly give add command instead of wget and path, directly it will be like copying that into the local. That is how you can do either along with the local, you can do remote files also. Remote files also. That is the one difference between copy and add here in this thing. Next you have is like env to set up environmental variables. Next is expose. We have like a port numbers, like for specifically you're using 8080 for your Jenkins, 8090 like for the Tomcat. How I'm having the ports for the web-based applications. I have to like set it up. I have to provide a port number. I have to expose it to the specific port number. If I require to do my application that runs on the specific port, you have to expose. You can expose by using Docker as the specific network port at runtime. Say, mean to say, assigning port to the container at runtime. Okay, so you're specifying the exposing like specifically, like suppose if I'm doing it for the for same Tomcat, I can use 8080. If I'm using like for Jenkins, I have to use again 8080. If I have a conflict in that, I have to change one particular specific path. Like this, I have to do multiple. I have to do that one. Okay. Next is entry point. What this entry point do? Entry point to configure a Docker container that will run as an executable. If you want to run anything on the executable, if you want to make something like, okay, suppose you ask, okay, you gave a kind of addition as a one kind of instruction, say multiply this like 2 plus 2, you have to print the result kind of thing you take, and you want to have a configuring a kind of, okay, to configure that has been run, like, you have to pass an input data. Either you can pass that as value inside of your container, or you can pass that from your command line. Anything, any of the executable format, any of the thing in from execute, while executing also you can pass, or while copying, while creating the Docker file also you can pass the instructions. So that for that you are using entry point as a one of the option. Next you use command. Command is a last line, like in the last line, after providing you any of the command line, after providing you any of the instructions after the command, it won't execute. Okay, it won't execute anything. That is the last line. Okay, if you provide a command, that is the last line. It provided defaults for an existing for executing the container. To provide defaults for an executing container. So these are the default values. Suppose it required, yes, this is a default value to be run for this container. These are the default source it has to be taken. These are default action it has to be taken. So in such kind of scenarios, you use command as a runtime. Use a command, and you provide it as a command, and that is this is a command is the last line.
Siva, entry point is an instruction or argument?
It's instruction.
Instruction. The entry point should be a capital letter.
Or I just I thought of someone will tell or not. I just thought of, okay, are you guys listening or not? It's simple test.
So in personal notes, I mentioned in the capital only. I thought it's typo.
Nah, man. No, these are the things like, show you like your experienced person writing Docker file. If I say I write multiple Docker files, so how can I like if you write multiple Docker files, you know that like you have to use all the instruments as a capital letters, instructions as a capital letters. If you never known, or if you know, simple thing like I saw one person, okay. I asked him to write a Docker file. He write a simple Docker file within the fraction of minutes. I asked him like, hey, this is correct. Can I execute this thing? He said, yes, you can execute this thing. I said, no, it cannot be executable. He said, no, I provided this line and that line, all those things. I asked him, where you copy this thing? He said, no, I didn't copy. He said, okay, you typed it right where by seeing where you typed that one. I said like, okay, while interviewing itself, someone from his friend typing him a sample Docker file. When Docker file came, he directly gave it. Okay, you got it from your mobile, but even though you're not writing that, properly, because there you can see in your, just go to again your mobile, see how instruction has been there. It is a capital letters. You're not even providing that as well. Because in Haribari, he didn't know that is a capital letters, he write that one. He write, okay, copy, normal copy, source and destination, simple thing. But in if you already know something about the Docker file, you can write that as a capital letters. That is the experience. Like if you practice multiple times, you see that as a like this thing. Okay.
Okay.
So command is the last line. After the command, whatever the lines you executed, it won't execute it. That is a default values you require to pass for your these things. Okay, now I'll take like the same thing as a tool, right? Like as a tool, I want to have my own image, custom image for my application. Now I'll integrate all these instructions to my requirement. So now I'm simply taking a kind of I require to Tomcat. If I require to Tomcat, it's required to have a Java. So I have to provide all the details. So now I'm just taking a kind of Ubuntu I'm checking all the kind of platform as Ubuntu. From Ubuntu, I can take 20.04. I can take anything. Okay, but I can take directly Tomcat images itself. If I have a Tomcat image, I can directly take the Tomcat image. I'm not required all these things. I have to go Java installation. I don't require all these things. These 4 or 5 lines, I can reduce that and I can directly get the Tomcat image. But just explaining you more number of execution commands. Okay. So I'm taking Ubuntu as this thing. Next, what I have to do? If I require to Tomcat, I require to install Java. So install Java. If I require to install Java, I have to use the run command. I say apt install -y open JDK -11 JDK. This is the Java package name for a Ubuntu machine. Okay, you can see like if you are using any other OS, you have to see like what is the Java name over there. You can get that one. So this is
Open JDK 11 JDK. It's a suitable according to the application. Huh?
Yeah, like you have to take that. If you want to take 17, you can take 17.
Okay.
That's the version I'm mentioning on 11 version.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
This installation command we can get it from Ubuntu documentation, like what to use what for.
You can search like you can directly use either you can just get OpenJDK for your Ubuntu. You can get that one. You can see like package names. You have a JRE packages also for Ubuntu. You have to search with that. So there is no hard thing to remember that.
Okay.
Will this change for Red Hat or it's the same?
It will change because it's not APT, right? For Red Hat, it comes as a Linux.
That is yum install. I talked about package.
Mostly it would be the same package. Sometimes it may be vary, like, but for JDK, I don't think so. It is vary, but it is the same.
Sir, you said that APD full form is.
No, if you take CentOS, right, it can directly give Java.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, APT, that is APT program, advanced resistance side or something. APT.
APT is a package manager for Linux.
Package manager.
So Linux, while you're installing softwares, you can get the softwares. It's not something like this. Linux is Linux or Ubuntu. If you take Ubuntu provide you a kind of a package manager as an APT. APT have some set of softwares included in that package manager. Okay, so 11 JDK is one of the packages inside of your APT. So if you're going on the Linux environment, Linux comes as the M. M is also a kind of package manager. It is also contains some softwares. In that, you may have a same package name or you may have different package name, anything possible.
APT, that means advanced packaging tool, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So now, I want to I'm installing Java installation done. Now I have to get the Tomcat. Tomcat won't have directly, Tomcat can't get the package directly. It won't get the package. Now I have to get the Tomcat source. So if I'm downloading the Tomcat source, I have to create a folder for that where I have to copy that. Okay. I simply run.
Steve, after installing Java, we need to set the path also, right, in the servers.
It is a container basis. It's not required for you. I'm not going on the Java C here, right? I'm not required to set that one.
For JDK?
I'm not required that because I'm not specifically executing the things. Because if I'm not executing Java C. If you're required to execute Java C, then you have to add the path. If you're not requiring a Java C, mean to say compilation. If you're not doing a compilation, you're not required for that one. Because Tomcat is automatically picking the path for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not required to provide a path for that. See why you do this command, why you do this commands instructions on that and all. If you're required to do some execution of Java commands, you require that one. Until unless if you're not providing any execution commands to your Java, it's a Java compiler, you're not provided the path to that one. Okay, so Jenkins, how Jenkins is picking up your path from directly. Same Tomcat is also pick up your Java home path directly. It will take it up that. You're not required to worry on the Java home path. So Java C, I have to do, but Java C, no, we're not required Java C now. We're not going on anything on the Java C. We are not going on anything on the compilation thing.
Okay, but
that's the reason we're not required to provide anything.
But in case if required for some other scenarios, so what is
you have to provide? You have to give. You have to do an export command. Export command. You have to give that path.
So what is instruction for that export?
Instruction is run only. Instruction will be run here. You have to write expose. You have to write expose, and what is the path you want to have? Java _ home path. You have to set it up. See, whatever the Linux command you have to execute, everything need to be executed through run instructions only. Okay. Now, suppose if I'm creating mkdir, I have to create an mkdir. So now what I'm doing is /var. Okay, where I'm doing /var, and I'm creating a Tomcat, a simple file. I'm creating a var and Tomcat. Okay. Now I have to get Now first I have to go to this particular path. I have to do a change directly to that particular path. Now I'm going on workdir /var /Tomcat. Now I'm in that particular path. Now I'm trying to download Tomcat package. If I go here, if I get Tomcat download, you have 10. Okay, I'm taking on the Tomcat 10. Here I have like a zip package, tar package, Windows packages, and I have service installer, all those things. But I'm taking a tar package, so I just copying this file and I'm copying the link address for that one. The link address I have to give here. Here you can write in the two ways. You can use the run command and use wget this thing. But wget is also one kind of a software, and you have to be that software in your like machine or in your Ubuntu. If you not have even you're not required to that, you can simply use this thing. Okay, this is it has been copying into the So this is a source. Just consider add is a add instruction is a do copy from remote repository to container. So in container you have to place in somewhere. I'm saying go on the current directory. This is a source. Source is this thing, and I'm taking like a destination. Destination path I'm telling current directory. So in the dot means in your Linux environments or Ubuntu environment, anything, if you're mentioning about the current directory, you can directly use a dot for representation of the current directory. So now I already changed the directory as var and tomcat. Even if I'm not required, I can copy this like this. I can place like this thing. Or else I can place this as a dot where that is my current directory. You go and copy the source, copy this entire source here to the destination path of the current directory. That's what instruction here I gave. And after that, it is a tar file. See here, tar file is a kind of zip format. Like tar is a zip format like for in Linux environments. So tar file is a similar like how we have a zip file in Windows. Here, this is also a kind of a zip file, but it will you have to unzip. So you have to do untar. How to do untar? You have to provide the instructions to provide a run tar -xvzf, and you have to provide the tar file. Just copying the tar file. Just provide the tar file. So what it will do, it will directly copy this. It will directly copy this tar file, and it directly like what it do, it will just unzip that format. Whatever you have, it will do unzip that. Okay, it will do unzip that. Now I want to run this on specific port expose. I can use 8080. I can use port as expose it to the 8080. Now I got it like I said Ubuntu was there. I said like JDK Java is there. I said like Tomcat has been there. But now I have to run the Tomcat. How to run the Tomcat in Linux environments? For the Linux environments, Tomcat have a Catalina shell scripting. Okay, they have a shell scripting called Catalina.sh. That if you run that shell scripting, it will run your Tomcat. Okay, how you have to run your Tomcat in Linux environments? By using Catalina. Catalina is a kind of a shell scripting. By using that shell scripting, you can run your Tomcat from any of the Linux environments. Let me show you that. Okay, just give me a minute here. So if I see here, this is my, just consider this is my image here. If I go to the bin here I have Catalina. Yeah, this is the Catalina. Yeah, second file. Yes, this is the Catalina file. So with this help of the file, I can run. This is a service installer for the Windows. This is start and this is shutdown. Like this thing, they're all like this is Windows based Windows bash files. A similar manner for Linux, I have a shell commands. So now I'm defaultly asking to run that particular Catalina. Defaultly asking it to run that file. So I'm just providing command and I'm saying like, okay, boss, where is my file? I'm providing slash, okay, I have to say slash opt, sorry, slash var again, slash tomcat. In that, I'm going on this, where inside of this thing, this is my file. I have this particular file. In this particular file, I have this thing. Inside of the bin, again, I have inside of the bin, I have Catalina.sh. Bin slash and what I'm asking it to, I'm telling it run. I'm asking it to run the Catalina.sh. One second. No, these are softwares, not images. But if you say, if you require to pull the image, you have to use from command. I'm not using from. I'm using like instructions like this thing. It is a software I'm installing into that particular container. So from is a kind of image. I'm taking, I'm pulling that Ubuntu image. So now I have all those things. This is good enough for my running the Tomcat application. Now what I have to do, I have to copy the path, right? I have to copy the jar file. What are the jar file I have to copy the jar file, and I have to run this thing. Okay, I have to copy the jar file and I have to run my application. How I'm doing that thing? So first scenario, let it be this thing. First scenario, let it be this thing. And the second scenario, I can take it up. Okay, in the second scenario, I'll show you the copy of that var file and how we have to get that particular file also will show. Okay, this is our custom image. Now this is what we have to have. This is what you have to have, a kind of a Docker file. Now you have to copy this entire thing. You're placing as in a Docker file. Okay, you're placing it as in a Docker file.
Shiva, again, like what was the purpose of Catalina.sh? What does it do?
To run your Tomcat. To start your Tomcat and run your Tomcat, all those things you do with a Catalina only. Okay, so I'm taking VI. See, again, I'm mentioning Docker file as a single line, decapital letters. I just provided what are the instructions I have to provide. I provided that instructions. And any questions here? After taking the image, I can do usually, I'm pretty much, go do this apt updates. I can use -y for updates. I usually prefer to do the updates. I can write one line of instruction like this I can do. Okay. Any questions here?
This is all good, Shiva, but could you just write that command for setting the environment variable for that JDK? Just that command, like you said, expose, right? The full command, how it will come.
You want to know the command or like a?
Know the command. I know you said you will not use it here, but just how the command will look.
It's very simple command, Maddy. Let me write here. Let me. Let's see. Expose. I'm also not, does that remember? Let me want a specific instruction that say expose Java_home equal to, where is your path? Say suppose if Java, it is in var user, or like if you have wherever you path, you have to use that path, and you can give tilt / JDK. Like if you have OpenJDK, you can use OpenJDK -11-JDK. Like this also you can provide. It is a simple expose command. Okay.
This comes beneath that run app install, right?
After the install, after installation, you have to do this thing.
Thank you.
Okay. So now I created this thing. So now what I'm trying to do here, I told, right, I require to build a custom image for myself. Now I want to have, like, I have a requirement. I converted that requirement to the Docker file. Now I have to build a custom image. I have to build a custom image. So what is the commands I have to pass for doing this thing? For doing this thing, I have to use Docker build, and you have to say -t means -tag, and you have to give image name, and also you have to give Docker file path. Docker file path. So when you use this command, it will build your custom image. It will build your custom image by taking up your instructions from your Docker file. What are the Docker file you have? It will create it in a custom image by using, it will build a custom image. Okay, so my case, I'm using Docker build -t -d image name. I want to have a tomcat, and the tag as v1 is considered v1. And the path where I have this thing, I have to give that path. So where is my Docker file? If I use pwd, here it is in my path. So I'm running, anyway, I'm running here. I can use as a current, it is running in the current directory. I can use this as a dot as my current directory. So if I run this command, it automatically start creating my Docker file. Okay, it start executing the Docker file. It will start building my custom image. Okay, start building my custom image. Docker build -t for -t tomcat v1 tag and the Jenkins file path. Once I enter, see, I have a 9 steps over there, and it is executing step-by-step process. I have 9 lines over there. So 9 lines here. First line is executing things. See here it says like run. Here it says update spelling mistake. Update spelling mistake I gave. Again, I'm going on the VI.
Yes, A is missing.
Again, I'm running my, again, I'm trying to run the same thing. So now we're trying to install my Java packages. See here, says 9 lines you have. Each line will take as a one layer. Each line will works as a one kind of instruction. Each of the command here inside of your Docker file, each of your instruction will run as a one layer in your Docker file. So how many lines you have, that many layers it will, how many instructions you have over there, it will take that as a one layer. Okay, so that's the reason sometimes what we do, now this is a kind of thing like, okay, I'll again write this thing as well here. Okay, so you can take these 2 lines here. Either you can use, instead of instead of this thing, you can using and symbol, you can pass that as all thing as a one single instruction. You can pass like this as a one single instruction by using 2 unt symbols. See, it is executing all these details. See here, open11 JDK headless is going on.
So can you please go once to your text file, what you have written?
Sorry, someone is asking any question?
Your notes, whatever you have written, can you go there once till it finish?
See here, it says like it done installing that. Now again, it comes to the 4th step, 5th step. Now it is trying to get the copy of that. So 8th is exposing things is exposed, and 9th command, it says like moving this thing. Okay. So now it says successfully built, successfully tagged. Okay, now I have this image. So you can see here like lines of instructions has been completed. Now I can see Docker images. I just gave, let me clear this thing and I can write you. Now what are the images I have here?
Tag v1, we are generating custom image.
Let me do again. So now I have 3 images. This image which I took like this thing, and Ubuntu I just gave it as the latest here. In my here what I gave latest is the previously I ran, and 20.04 is one image. It comes to me 20.04 which I provided in my instruction. Now and this Tomcat is V1 which is created about a minute ago, and size is 823 MB. It is a very huge, so you never we're not going to use this thing. Even now after this, right, we didn't copy our source file over there. We didn't copy our source file over there. If you require to copy, if you again copy your source file, it will have some around 200 or 300 MB. That is also will be increased. So you have to make sure that reducing size of the images as very much as doing that. Okay. Now my custom image has been created. My custom image has been there. Now, which I told copy that image. Okay, I have to copy that image. If I require to copy that image, how I have to have that package in my local. I have to install Maven. Like I have to go to the Maven. I have to build the package. Then only I have. But now I'm just copying it from whatever where I have the package. I just copy it to here. Okay. This is the one useful if you're using this thing. Do I have my Kanzika here?
Okay, VI Docker file again. Where is you put a war file?
No, I didn't put. I have to put that.
Okay.
I just took that into here in my EC2 instances. I copied that.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't write into the container.
Okay.
Now what I told, I have to copy this line. So after exposing this thing, now here I have to say, I have to copy like now I can use copy. What I have to copy from my local host, what is a var file here? This is my var file. I'm just taking that as a var file. This is my var file. I'm copy the var file to where I'm using Tomcat here to where this /var/tomcat/apache instead of web bin, I'm using web apps. So now my package from here, current folder, this var package will be there into the var Tomcat, Apache Tomcat, and this web apps folder. Okay, this is also one image. Now I create one more, but after this Docker file, I'll create that one. Okay, and if I copied here, after running this thing, I'll show you like I'll show you that. Okay. Now I'm good. So now I have this image. I have this image. And now suppose there is I have to do some changes over there. Like I'm going on VI. I'm like, I have VI here. Now what I'm doing, I want to change Ubuntu image, or I want to change something over here. I want to change something here. What I have to do this? You can directly go here and you can use, instead of this thing, you can use 20.10 also you can use, or you can use the latest as well. Does it will be updated in my Docker image? Does this will, if I change something in Docker file, will it update it in my Docker image directly? No. It until unless you're again executing of this image. If again you're executing the same image, again you're executing the image, executing like you're building that again, it will be getting that. So what are the existing image? You cannot change anything on the existing image. You cannot change anything on the existing image. Okay, everything again, if you done some changes, I may be consideration, I've changed something in my Docker file, it can be executed in my image. No, once the build image has been built happen, nothing changes over there. There is no changes occurs. Okay, so now what I do, I use the Docker again, the same command here. I provide the same command here, right? Let me try to do this thing. This is what I have. I am trying to do this thing. So any question here? This is the same. Previously, whatever I have, I've done some changes here and I am trying to build again.
The Shiva, the war file which you copied from local to here, ideally, that should be part of a pipeline. Like in a pipeline, we get first in the WAR file.
Yeah,
then
like in a normal Jenkins, if you're going on the Jenkins proper configuration, one sec. Anna, undi isna. So if you're going on the Jenkins, right? Jenkins, one of the stage in a pipeline, one of the stage you generated the var file. From there, your Docker file picking that. You have to provide where your like a var file you're copying from your like a target folder or anything from your Maven that you're copying into this particular path. Same, you have to give that particular path inside of your like if you're executing from your Jenkins. 1 second, man. Garbage collector came. Let me give my garbage to him. Just 2 minutes. So it is created my image. Like again, I'll go to the Docker images. Now what it has been shown.
The previous one, right?
Yes, previous one. What it has happened?
Yes, none.
Why it become none? I didn't change anything.
Tag is removed.
Tag and image name both will be removed.
Yes. Siva, I have one more question. Just like a WAR file, I'm a drag and drop, right?
To bringing into EC2 instance, I drag and drop. Yes.
Yes, but I'm going.
Could you show that once again, Shiva? How you did it?
But I don't drag and drop. Then we can go to any kind of command.
You go here, do Maven, install Maven, and you can get that var file. You can directly get it Maven var file here.
Okay.
Just install Maven and do your Maven clean package. You get a var file here.
Automatically build, right? Automatically generated, right?
No, it won't generate it. That's what you have to install Java, install Maven, and getting the code, and you're doing that again. All those things you do, you get the var package here.
Yes.
Sorry, some others are asking some question.
No, could you just re-show how you could copy it? That's all.
This tool will help you to copy that. It's not required. I'm using like a MobiXterm, right? MobiXterm you can directly do copy from your Linux environment to normal environments. You can directly do. You can directly copy like this thing. 1 second, let me show you. Sorry. You can directly copy it like this. This is the benefit you have here. Like in real time also, I'm using this thing on MobiXterm I use for my servers and all. Because some files I may be in Windows. So those files I directly get like this thing.
Oh.
Which tool, Shiva?
Mobile XM, which I'm using now.
Oh yeah, the same thing which you did on like 3 class before, right? Mobile.
Yeah, like now SSH I'm taking it from this server. This is the benefits. Like you have this. I told it in like a very first class. Like you have to use. This is one of the tool we are going on. This is very useful. Even for jump servers, for the color on these things, like for colors on this thing, you can add like you can do settings for your task where you can show like a lot of things you have here. This is very much useful for this thing. Even I can take it up to verticals as well. See, like this, I can add one more extra. I can take it up like I can add like, so there are plenty of reasons it has, but this is very simple thing actually to say. Okay. But you haven't add our Java. No, I just copied it, man. I just took it copy of by using this tool help you to copy. I just copied it from my this thing. If you want to have that, we can in your EC2 instances, you have to do all those things.
Siva, one example for with the help of Maven and build the war file and we can execute.
Arey Baba, that see, you have to use the Java and you have to use Maven. You can get directly that. Okay, no problem. Leave it. I'll install Java. Sudo apt install open JDK -11 JDK. You're installing Java. Any questions here?
No.
We cannot complete our course content, man. We're already lacking. 40 hours is very tough.
Yeah, we can extend for a week now.
You have to tell them. If I say that, like you guys have to tell, like we are unable to cover as we are going on multiple this thing. So that now Star SL team have to again extended that to me. Most of the people here is overthinking. That is a problem. Instead of thinking about the problem, you are thinking too much on that. So Java, once install Java, again, now you're going to install Maven. Maven will be available in sudo apt, similar like install in there, you have a Maven as well. So Maven can be installed here. Clear, I'm checking MVN version here. Here I have my Maven home. Here I have Java version. This is my Java runtime.
Yes,
I have these things. Now I have to clone my this thing. Let me see Git. Okay, I have Git defaultly. Use Git clone command. And I'm taking this Gamma card. You do here, I have a Gamma card. I'm going on the Gamma card here. Here I have pom.xml and I'm running like a capital R target. I just removed that target folder. Okay, here the target folder removed, and again I'll create a new. I have to use mvn clean install. Build a success. Now I have ls. I have target folder. This target folder, I have the package.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions here?
No, no, no.
Okay. So now Docker images, I have these images. See here, like again, a new image is went on that. So again, if I do that, if I require to do that again, I have to do again. This image I have to do Docker RMI. I have to remove this image by using image ID. Instead of that, you have to change. Instead of that, you have to change every time Docker build -t tag, and you have to use image name as Tomcat. You have to change the tag every time. Change the tag and use the latest this thing here. Again, it will be recreated. But see here, it not created, recreated has happened within fraction of seconds. But previously it was happened like long back. But now if you see here, it took like a fraction of seconds. So previously it is executed a lot of commands for me, but now it didn't execute that many commands because it gave me within fraction of seconds. Why? Because here, if you see this, it is using a cache memory. You can see here, it is using cache memory. Okay, cache memory, anything you can call. So it is using that. If you specifically change a single line here, if you see here, like my first thing, that's taking Ubuntu latest. But for this, it does use cache memory. Why? Because that's the change you created. That is a change you went on that. That won't do. That line, it is executed. Remaining things, everything using these things. Okay, downloading everything, it is already there in your cache memory. It takes that as a temporary memory. So this is to show you that cache memory is that what I told. So now, second time onwards, it won't take, like, it will use that cache memory, whatever you have, it will execute your images very quickly on that. So now if I go here, I have my images now, Tomcat version V1 and version 2. But again, see here, it created the same image name, but same thing. But it is only difference. It is Ubuntu has the only difference. Okay. This is what you have images. Like you can have multiple images. You can create a number of images. This thing. Now what I'm doing, I'm using a copy line as well. I'm using a copy line. This is the copy line I have to use. Now I'm copying this thing into my Docker file, vi Docker file. I'm going on edit here. After tar has been extracted, here this line, I have to use my line. Copy from Kanzike, this thing, and I'm taking to the web apps folder. Now again, I'm creating Docker file, but this time here I'm saying like with the apps. I'm just using Tomcat with the apps. So see, simple thing again, it done. And copy here. See, this line won't take any of the cache. The remaining things is taken as a cache memory. So it is not required to see. It says simple thing using cache, using cache, but this line won't take the cache. Okay, so command line won't never take the cache. For remaining things, you always using cache memory. Now a new thing came. Docker images I have. Here I have all these images. So, but see here, now this time image ID changes, size is the same, but 25 seconds. But when I used previously, but V1 and V2, it came as the same image IDs. But this time it is went on the different image because it has this lines of instruction, it has been changes. Lines of instructions, it is added more number of instructions. It will change automatically this image ID. Okay, now I have a custom image. Now I have a base images, I have custom images. How I can create a container on that one? How can I run a container on the specific image? How can I run a specific image on the, how can I run a container on a specific image? To run that one, to create a container, to run a container, you're using Docker run live instruction. You're providing Docker run hyphen IT, you're providing interactive mode. Okay, I'll write it up, hyphen IT, or you can use hyphen D. Okay, hyphen IT, hyphen, let me write like this thing. Hyphen IT. Or hyphen T, anything. And here hyphen name, container name. And here I have to give image name. Image name. So here I can see this is container name and this is an image name. All those things I can write. And this is like, what is this thing? What is this? What is this? What is the I? What is the T? What is the T? And sorry.
Interactive terminal.
Image or tag.
This interactive
terminal.
This is terminal. This is detach. Interactive means to say running on the screen itself. Running on the screen itself, like it running on the, when you executed a command. So suppose when you executed a command, it directly shows the command output on the screen itself. That's what you call interactive. You're running on the command. If you enter a command, it shows the output on the same screen it is. That you call interactive terminal mode. See here, I'm running this thing. I'm using LS. It's showing me this output. These things you call it as interactive terminal mode. Okay, this is what you call interactive terminal mode. But I executed a command, it not gave me, it executed thing in the background that you call detached mode. You call it as detached mode. So how you want to run your container, whether in interactive terminal mode or you want to run this in the terminal mode.
Shiva, I have one more confusion.
What, sir?
Go up. The command Tomcat, just like we are putting the Tomcat, this one web app, and the war file is putting in the web app folder, right? And then after that, we are going to start the Tomcat, right? Right. The Tomcat will be started, right?
Yes.
Then
by this command, by this command, Tomcat will start running.
Then you can open the application in the web applications and the browsers.
That's what we do now.
Okay.
So now you created image, you not ran that thing. So that image you can expose, you can run this image through the container. That container, what is the port number coming on the container?
Okay.
If that port we are going to, by using the public IP, we're going to expose that one. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so like this, that is what you call interactive terminal mode. And if it is running on the background, that you call it as a detached mode. Okay, how you want to run your container is matters. Now I'm taking like a simple, like I have Docker images now. First, I'm taking an Ubuntu. I'm trying to create a Ubuntu container. Okay, so Docker run. I'm using -t interactive terminal mode, and I'm saying like a hyphen name. I say container name like a Tomcat underscore like Tomcat hyphen. What I can see. Sorry, it is Ubuntu. I can say Ubuntu underscore C1 container one, and image name Ubuntu /20.04. This is what my image. Okay, this is what image. This is what I've told. So now I'm just providing like this thing. What happened? It gave me into the root user to any specific, it went to me through a different instance, to different thing it took me. Well, see here, I have Ubuntu IP this thing, but here it is different thing. What is this thing? This is what you call, now your container has been created and you log into the container. Okay, this is Ubuntu container. Because you are using an Ubuntu image, you are logging into a Ubuntu container. Okay, now I just put an exit here. See here, you're exited. See these 2 line differences. This is what in a container created and you container used in an interactive terminal mode. Once you exit it, again, you back to your normal. And now I don't have a container. So how can I see that what containers I have as of now, what container status of that one? How can I see that? By using Docker PS, Docker PS. But this is the container ID, image, command, created, status, ports, names. There are a lot of options. But you told the container has been created here, but I'm not able to see that. Why? Because container, when you exited this, container was killed. Container was killed. Because you told it is a terminal interactive mode, and once you exit me to say container is exited. Container is exited. So, but even that required to show here, right? Why it is not showing? So Docker PS only give you active container list. But how can I see? Remember others. Docker PS-A all container list. So now I use Docker PS-A. Here I have 2 containers. What is this? This is something, image says like it is exited like 30 minutes ago, it was done something. But now this is my image. Let me remove this container. Now I have one container. This is my container ID, and this is the one image I have used. And this is a command, it has been processed and it's created 2 minutes back, exited about a minute ago, and name I gave it as Ubuntu C1. To get you doubt here again, I'm using here using Ubuntu 20.04. This is the image, and Ubuntu name C1 is the one container name. This thing I've used, but I've used it as a detached. I've used it as an interactive terminal mode. So now it is enabled for me to take it up that. I'm running again here, but it says a conflict error say container name is already used by the container. This thing, it has already have a sim name. It is asking me to change the name. So now here I'm changing it to the C2. So again, you see here, again, I came to the one more container. Again, I'm doing an exit here. Let me see Docker PS this time. What is this ID? This is a container ID. Can you able to see the container ID? (21E1) 21E1. Yes. Just 3 seconds back, I exited because I came out of the from the interactive terminal mode. That is what it deleted from me from my terminal mode, and it went to an exited status. Okay, nice. Now I'll go with the detached mode. Same thing, instead of -t, I'll go in detached mode -d. Sorry, name is also same told, it is same name. I'm using this thing, C3. Now this time it says like it didn't give me any interactive terminal mode, directly went on the detached mode. Let me see what it has. So this is a container created, 8 seconds back created, and 7 seconds back exited. Okay, previously you told you were able to log into the container. I went to the container in interactive terminal mode and I exited. That's the reason container might be exited. But this time it is in detached mode, and it is also in exit state. Why? So if why? Because container, like you not ask anything to run in a container. You simply told created container, but it not asked to run anything on the container. If you're not asking to it running anything on the container, it will be goes on exit state. I didn't understand what is you're telling. How we say? Let me show you this thing. I'm creating a C4 container, but I'm passing it. I'm asking it to the sleep for 600 seconds. Okay, sleep for 600 seconds. I entered. Now let me clear all those things here. What was happened? Can you see the first thing what is saying? Yes. Sleep for the 600 and 5 seconds back. Status up by 4 seconds. And this is a Ubuntu C4. It is up to 4 things. Hey buddy, yes, I can able to say container is running. How I can farm that container? How can I log into the container? Previously shown me in interactive mode, you log into the container. Now this is time you said like it running into the detached mode, but now I have to make sure that sleep command is working fine in that. How can I see that sleep command is working on that? So let me show you how you can log into a detached mode container. To detached mode login container, you have to use Docker exec execute in interactive terminal mode, execute in interactive terminal mode, and you have to provide container ID or container name. Anything is fine. Container name, and you have to give bin bash here. Why I have to give bin bash here? That is a command default value for any container. You can see here, I never gave the bin bash, but a command took it as bin bash only. Now what we're saying, we're running this thing as a detached mode, but we want to run this, we want to log into the container. We want to log into the container in a bin bash method, in a bin bash command thing. Okay, so now I'm going on this thing. What I told, Docker exec hyphen interactive terminal mode. And this is my container ID here. Or I can give the container name as well, also Ubuntu C4, but fine. I say bin, I say bash. Now can you see here? So 9864 and root at the rate of 9864. Am I logging into the container now?
Yes.
Okay, I have to see whether sleep command is running or not. I go to the top. Is the sleep process was there or not? You're able to see sleep command is there. Okay. Running with the root user as a sleep for 1 minute. But you can see the sleep command here. This is what you have to make sure that something you providing to the container, asking the container to run something. If you're not provided anything to to make active of the container will be in exited state. Have to make sure some process need to be running in the container, then only container will be in active status. Okay. Again, I'm doing an exit. I'm using Docker ps-a here. See, it is still running. Even if I exited here, it is not exited. It is still running because container is running in a detached mode and -d mode. So that is the reason container is running on this. I use Docker ps also. I gave me one kind of thing, which is in a active container list. Active container list. So any questions here?
Shiva, can you even like in the same process, can you log into any exited container?
No, exit container means exited. That's it.
Okay.
Means that is that container is exited. You cannot do anything on there.
Okay, that's not at all there. Means like that container.
No, it is
does
not an active. It is killed already.
Okay.
It is already a dead container. In our language to say it is dead container.
Okay, and it cannot be reused.
No, it cannot be reused. Either in that case, you have to Docker, you have to use RM to remove. You have to use a name of the container. If you use container got deleted. Similarly, now you can use the container C1 as the other name. But if I do the same thing for the C4, it says you cannot remove a running container. See?
Means first we have to exit to that container, then only we can remove that.
Straight down.
So in this case, the container 4 will run for 600 seconds. And if we want to remove, I mean, if you want to terminate that a forceful exit, is there a way?
Yeah, you can do forcefully. Done. Done, sir.
Okay.
I don't have that. I don't have that. Or instead of doing the forcible, you better, let me run the same thing. Instead of doing that one, use Docker stop and container name. It stopped the running container. Yeah, it stopped the running container. Now we can see here Docker PS, you can't see. You have to use Docker PS -a. So now this is created 30 seconds back and exited 6 seconds. Now we can use Docker remove. Now you can use Docker RM. Either you can use forcible also. Forcible remove also can work on this thing, anything. To how you can delete the container by using Docker RM container name. Or you can use Docker stop container name.
We can use container name or container ID. Both
no,
are
container name is also unique, right? You not have multiple with the same name. You cannot create one more container. Anything is the container name is unique, so you can write like that.
Okay.
So this is how we can create it. So now what I see, Docker, let me remove all the containers, Docker PS. No, I don't have any container. And I do Docker PS -a. Let me remove all the containers to Docker RM. I can pass multiple names with a space. Both containers got deleted. Now I don't have any containers in there. Okay. So even for Docker RM, I also remove images. Also, you can pass multiple image names at the same time. It can be deleted. Okay. So now Docker images. I shown you like Docker. I took Ubuntu. So just it's a just regular purpose. It's not of some specific like you running on Ubuntu running. So I just simply take that one for to show you more useful way. Okay. Now I have my Ubuntu. Ubuntu is there, but I want to run my Tomcat application. I want to run my Tomcat application. So first I'm creating container on V1, and later I go to the I'll create a container on my V apps. Okay. So now let me write it like this. Okay. Docker run -d detach mode, -d detach mode, and I'm saying like -hyphen name. I'm saying Tomcat underscore C1 and say like a Tomcat underscore C1 by using Tomcat version V2. I'm just taking V2, Tomcat V2. Docker PS. So it says container has been created, Tomcat V2. Command here, it is saying this command created 4 seconds ago, status up to 3 seconds on port 8080 TCP, Tomcat C1. Now able to see what is the port you expose it to the 8080. That's the reason you can see that port. Previous thing you not seen any port, right? So but this thing you saw port. Why? Because you exposed that port to the 8080. Okay. Now this is what I have. Now you say container has been there, but how can I make sure that how can I log into the container by how can I log into the active container? I want to see whether Tomcat was there or not. How can I see the container? How can I log into the container? By using Docker exec -it into terminal mode, and I'm using this thing terminal. I'm using same bin bash. It's exec. So let me do exit here. Let me clear this thing. This is my command. Say where I directly came to the work directory. What are the work directory I gave? var Tomcat. I directly keep into there, and this is my container ID. So you can see that AA94, you can see the same thing, AA94. I'm into the same container. If I do the ls, this is my tar file, Tomcat tar file, and this is a Tomcat after the tar, after unzip the tar. So mean to say Tomcat has been running, right? Even I have to see Java -version. So it is showing me what required all the details, right? And I'm going on CD, Apache Tomcat, I'm going on here, and I'm going on, here I have web apps folder. Let me go to the web apps folder. Do you have anything here? I have like a commonly created folders only. I don't have any var packets here. Okay, now I exited from here. Clear, Docker, ps-a, I can able to see one container. Now what I'm doing, I'm using the Docker images. Again, I'm running the same command here. Here I'm changing from v2 to apps. And here, Tomcat name I'm using C apps. Okay, Tomcat C apps, here it is a Tomcat apps, Windows a container apps. Okay, now can go and see here, like can I go see in Docker PS? See, this container is also running last 5 seconds. Let me log into the same container. Docker exec -it interactive terminal mode, and this is what I have. This is my commit. This is my container ID, and I'm using.
I think exec.
Sorry. Using bin bash. So now I'm into that container. ls cd Apache Tomcat /web apps. Do I have my var file here?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go to this public IP. I use 8080 as my port. Not given. Why? The port what you are exposed don't have any internet facing kind of. It not have a port forwarding. It not have port forwarding to internet. Okay, it don't have port forwarding to internet. So now how can I make that one? How can I correct this one? So to give that, sorry.
You can add outbound rules, right? In the
no, I have like Ubuntu, I have outbound inbound, but that port number was not exposed to internet. From the container itself, it is not exposed.
Okay, got it. Understood.
Okay, now how can I export that? By you using option P, you are going on what port you want to have. Suppose if you want to have exposed to 8085, port on which port? This is a target port. This is what you call target port. This is called you have host port. You have to provide these details. How can I provide? While you're creating container itself, let me go to the exit and clearing this thing. Docker images. Let me create one more container. Docker run -d -name Tomcat _ C apps 2 by using Tomcat .apps. This is Tomcat apps. This is what previously I've used, but instead of the here C apps one, I've used a different name. Now what I have to use -p. I'm asking to port expose port to the I'm doing port forwarding here. I'm doing port forwarding to 8090 to from host port is 8080. I'm just giving port as 8090. Here I'm giving this thing. So I just enter this thing. Now a kind of Docker PS. Now can you see here port from to this thing, the port forwarding for 8080 TCP2. This is the internal port. It has been as an exposed to, you can use this port as like, this is the IP address. Like, okay, you can 000 mean to say outbound has been any of instances. It can be take it up any instances and give me 8090 as my port number to take it up to expose that to port forwarding. Now let me do the same thing here. Now I have to use instead of 8080, I'm exposed it to the 8090. What I have? What I have here in 8090? Why it is came like this? Because I installed Tomcat only, guys. So Tomcat is only running. I've installed Tomcat and Tomcat is only running. Yes. Now, what is a var file I gave? Var file I gave, right? Like I have to go to the specific var file path. Is this my application?
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
So now I created a container image. In that image, I took like a Tomcat and I copied my var package, and there I gave a port forwarding to container, and now I'm able to access my application.
Shiva, even 8080 should work, right? You have mapped the Docker with the Ubuntu port.
Docker with the Ubuntu, like, but 8080 works as an internal port only. It's not exposed, right?
Okay.
That's the reason we gave -p here. So you can see the differences here. Previously, what you have here now, we can see that. Is it okay? Any questions here?
Shiva.
Yes, sir.
I have a doubt.
Yes, boss.
Is Docker PS means it listing running containers, right?
Docker PS -a.
No. Docker PS means is
active container list.
Active containers. Okay. If Docker PS -a means it lists all the containers that we created, right?
Exactly. All the containers, whether it is in executive state, whether it is running state, all the containers provide the containers list.
If we want to see what is the process in the running inside the container, if there is how to we have to view that one.
You're logging into the container.
Hmm?
You're logging into the container, sir. You're logging into the container. You can go and you can see the what processor inside of that container.
If there is any command, we have to.
No. You have to take that. You have to log in inside of the container only. You can see like what process has been happening over there. Until unless you cannot, you can't get that one. See, I closed my door, and what happening in my house? How come don't tell like I'm using webcams, okay? It's the kind of thing. Same like a container will be closed state, like it's not something in open state to see a thing. Once you have to log into the container, then only you can see what you have in there. Suppose like if I have my if I have my computer, I have to log into my container. I can able to see what I have in there. If I don't have, if I not have a power to my container, I can't see anything. So similar manner, your container need to be in running state, and you have to log into the container, and then only you can see what it's been running in the set container.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Shiva sir, like one question is here, like you are adding direct war file in the Tomcat like folder. So we don't have any source code in our instance, means don't have any Java source code in our instance. So from where it is executing our app source?
No, why I required app source? I directly have a package with me.
Okay.
I directly have package. Why I want to worry about the source code, buddy?
Okay, fine. So is this the same the war package we have created using Maven in our instance, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So we use that package from we created through Maven directly in our
You can take
Docker
wherever you want.
container.
No, you can take wherever you want to have. See, I just copied that into my local from my this thing. But later people ask me how you run Maven thing. So I shown you already. So now package is also available in my Gamuka target folder. I can utilize from there also.
Okay, understood. So the whole thing, what we have just discussed, we can also execute it in the same instance also. Like we will add Maven into it, and
it is also like it is also one kind of instance for you. That's what I told you. It is also a virtual machine, but that virtual machine is very small virtual machine. It's not like something like in this thing. So if I created, see here, I created in same EC2 instances. I've created three containers in active. So one container resources, I'm utilizing it for the 3 containers now.
Okay.
So EC2 instance is nothing but one of the virtual machine. In that virtual machine, I take that virtual machine, I'm running like multiple containers.
So you just said that like you are using Ubuntu image as an example for our explanation.
No, for like creating a platform or like for some kind of reason, I'm using Ubuntu. Yes.
Okay, but if we have EC2 instance with an Ubuntu instance already installed in it, can we use that one?
Sir. I didn't get you.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Yeah, I just want to ask that we have already have an EC2 instance with an Ubuntu installed in it. Can we use that one also?
No, buddy, you don't worry about why you're taking Ubuntu. You can take Linux as well. You can take any other image. It's not something what you worry. You're not worry about the name of that. Okay, you can take any other instances. But for platform kind of thing, I've used Ubuntu.
Yeah, but in that case, whatever I have in my instance, like whatever it is, Ubuntu or Linux, I don't know. But should we have to, if we use that one in our Docker, should we need to add image also? But we can directly use it?
You're taking Ubuntu as a base image. You can take base image anything. So suppose instead of this all thing, right? You can take a Tomcat base image and you can simply 2 lines, you can execute that. You're not required to have pass Ubuntu these things.
Okay. Okay, sir. Fine.
The official image for the Tomcat. Sorry, it's Tomcat. So Tomcat official image itself I have. I can take this Tomcat here. I can take this Tomcat here. I can, let me show you, like these are all the images it has. So see here, it says like I can Docker run IT terminal -rm-p 888-8080 Tomcat 9.0. You can, it says like you can create container like this way. Okay.
Okay.
So they're asking command catalan.sh. Do you have to use run? But catalan.sh, this is the one line of command you have to provide. And after that, instead of, let me show you like what you have here. Okay, I'll take any one of the tag here. Okay.
So if we have the Docker image, this Tomcat image in our Docker, then you don't need to install
nothing. You're not required, buddy. You're not required, but that is a very simple thing. If I told you like that, you won't have this much conversation, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So this is a Tomcat which I have. Tomcat image itself I have. I can directly take anything I see here. It's the catalan sh running, and I take it is expose an 8080, and I'm having like some environmental variables here. I can take directly this thing and I can directly copy that into the web apps folder. I can run that application. Nothing is running. You only see like why you're using Tomcat, why you're using Tomcat, why you're using Tomcat since you're running on the Tomcat. So I'm not just for the sake of thing, I take the Tomcat. It is also a kind of image for me. Forget about that. It is one image I took. I created that image. I've invoked that image into my these things. I can take that as one of the base image, and I invoke the things into my custom image. see in that case. Don't think like you running on that EC2 instances as Ubuntu also, you taking that Uber, that is also same thing. It's not something like that. I'm creating all these things. So I took a kind of platform for my Tomcat running things.
Understood, sir. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Now, God, shit. Now I created this image. Now, how can I pass this? How can I pass this image to you? How can I pass this image? Image in my local. How can I pass this image to you? So how can I pass this image? Mean to say I have to push this image to my Docker Hub. From the Docker Hub, I can share that to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So for that, as I told you, required to log in into this thing. You can log in here. Okay. And here I have to, here, if I go to the home directory, it shows the list of what are the images I have available here. You can see this Tomcat, Gamocat, Tomcat, Nexon, Tomcat, Saras. Like I have plenty of images here. From long back, more than a year onwards, I have using these images. But now here I have to push this thing. If I require to push this thing, first thing I have to create a repository for that. I have to create a repository. So they gave a pro tip. So for like how you can, like you have image in local. Now how that image has been able to push to this repository. Now for your image, you have to give this repository name. Okay, like I gave a kind of Tomcat as a V1, something like that, right? No, that is not the standard practice name you have to give. You have to give the name of that as a repository name. What are the repository name you have in your Docker Hub? That name you have to provide over there. Okay, that name you have to provide out there. So I'm just giving Tomcat _ May. Or I am giving Tomcat -May month or like something. Okay. And here description, here you can see the public images and private images only visible to you appears in the Docker Hub search result. And I'm copying this thing. The spacing here. Let me show you what you have here. So now I'm creating a repository named Tomcat-May in the namespace at GVShiva 2008, which is the namespace, mean to say my account, which is my account name. I just created that. So see here, they told Docker push GVShiva 2008 /Tomcat-May and with this specific tag name. You can push using this thing, but I don't have any name. I don't have any image name with this thing. I have a name, like I have contains images with Tomcat with V1, Tomcat with V2, Tomcat with apps like that. So now I have to to do a rename of that image. So you cannot do rename of that image. So, but you can create one more tag to that as with this name. You can create one more tag with. So now you're creating like V1, V2, V3 like that, right? You can also create with a different name for the same image with a different name, the different tag. You can do like this one. So how you can do like that? How you can do that? By using Docker. I'll take Docker images, whatever I have. I have this thing, Docker. I'm using Docker tag, madding Docker tag. What is my local image? Tomcat apps. To that, what is the see here, they gave this is what the instruction they gave. Tag local name with a tag name, new repo with a tag name. Now what is a new repo? This is what the repository name I gave. Copying this, I'm providing here as the name. I'm using apps. That is my tag. When I created here, see here, it created GVShiva. As this is my namespace, mean to say my ID, and this is the repository name which I created. This is a tag of that repository. So image ID is also created because there's nothing changes in there. It is the same 40 minutes ago, but it only we just applied one more tag to that image. We applied one more tag to that image. Now, as they told, I can use Docker push command and this is my image name with a tag as apps. It says request access to be resources denied. It says you don't have access to do. Why? Because I didn't log into that. That is my resource. How can I log? How can it authenticate it without me? So that reason you have to use Docker login. You can use Docker login. So it says login with your Docker ID and push pull images from the Docker hub. So now I have to provide my image name, my ID, now login success. Now I clear the same screen and I can use Docker push again. It is uploading the content to my Docker hub. It's trying to upload. So it was able to push now. Now I go here, I just do a refresh. Last push few seconds ago, it says tag with apps and OS as Ubuntu Linux architecture as AMD and image, which is few seconds ago. Now, this is what I have. And if you want to pull this image, you can directly use this. You can directly get this thing. Again, I'm going on the Tomcat May here. You can see here, GV Shiva 2008, Tomcat-May contains image, last posted a minute ago, and till now no one pulled that image and it is publicly available. How I can pull this image? How I can give this image to you? Just the same thing by using Docker pull again. Docker pull and same name I can provide with a tag name as apps. Now you guys, I just ping it in the chat. Now you guys can utilize this thing. Anyone can pull that image into your these things. So now you can directly pull, you can directly take this image. Yep, sir, someone has any question?
So this image can be pulled in our E2 instance and
no, into Docker, not Git. Okay.
Yeah, the same way which we pulled the Ubuntu image, the default one.
Tomcat, which I've created, which is the image I created as a Tomcat, right? Now I created this role and I have created the web apps. Now you guys can create a containers on this image. You can pull that into your Docker local and you can pull that images as well. So, any questions on this thing?
So actually, now you logged in, right?
Yes.
Docker, using Docker login. Okay.
Yes.
If I want to log out, means just what I have to do if I want to log out from a registry.
Just use Docker logout, sir.
Okay. Okay. So we can log in and log out. Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a short break. After we coming, we will be going on the volumes network, Docker volumes, Docker network, and Docker volumes and Docker network, and we are going on Docker Compose. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll take a break. So meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can ping me on this thing. Hey guys, I'm back. Okay. Suppose this is my, like, I created these things, right? Like whatever, let it go. So now, what I've done, I've created a container and I've these things. Now, even I'm killing the containers, I'm stopping the containers, I'm removing the containers. If any case, I have to pass some data to the container. I have to give some file to the container. Okay, I have to share some files to the container, or even some files has been created inside of the container. Like just take our Tomcat itself. There is a log file for the Tomcat application, or there is a log file for the for something on there inside of the container. I have to get that. If I lost the container, my container is gone. I'm not able to retrieve the container, and my container lost. So, but now how can I bring that container back? How can I get, like, even if kind of a files or something inside of the container, even if I lost the container, even if I kill the container, even if I remove the container, how can I get that files, or how can I get that files, all those things? So for these situations, for these use cases, they come up with a kind of a concept called volumes. So how that volumes works? So volumes is like in a kind of a SharePoint access, like you have a SharePoint access, right? Like you creating some storage in some kind of a shared drive. You're creating some shared folder over there, and you're giving access to me as well as giving access to others. A similar manner here also, I'm creating a mount point. I'm just creating a storage. I'm taking a storage. I'm creating a mount point, and I'm creating a mount path for that. And mount point is for me, mount path for container. I am accessing that with mount point, and container is accessing with mount path, because I'm not a server, right? Like I can't give the path to me. So I'm taking that as a mount point, and I'm just giving same thing as a mount path to my container. And now I can do an inter-transaction of the files to containers. Okay, how I have to do that, I'll show you this here now. So first, Docker, you can use volume -help. So here, Docker volume is one line of the command, and this command have these many options. Okay, so create a volume, inspect it, display detailed information, ls list of volumes, prone remove all unused vocal volumes, rm remove one or more volumes. So now let me see if I have any volumes first. How can I see? Docker volume, I can use ls. Here it says driver local volume name. I don't have anything as of now. So now I'm in a situation required to create a volume now. I'm in a situation required to create a volume now. So what is the command I have to use? Docker volume create vol1. I'm using volume 1. Okay, I'm using volume 1 as this thing. I just created this thing. Now volume has been came here. So now I want to see some information about that. Using same thing. Instead of create, I can use inspect here. Use inspect here. When I use inspect here, it says created at driver local, any labels you have, and what is the mount point it says. Like this is the mount point which I gave. Now I just copying this thing here. I'm just copying this path in here. Docker volume create. Okay, now it says name volume 1, option scope is local. So this, now let me go to this folder. It says permission denied. Now I'll just remove 1, 2 lines. Here also it says permission denied. Here also it says permission denied. Here I have, if I use ls, here I have Docker. Now it says I can't go to this thing because it has permission restricted to my ID. Now what I'm doing, chmod 777 -r, and I'm giving Docker. Sorry. This also it's not permitted to me. I'm using sudo. So what I told, recursively to deal, it changed the permission to all the files inside of the Docker. Guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
It has become very slow. Like, let me change, like, one thing instead of I use smaller, no such file directory. I'm using, so changing it to that. And if I'm going on, like going on cd Docker.
Sir, you are giving read access.
I'm just giving a complete access, 777 permission.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going on ls here. If you want to have list of I can see ls-la, you can see what permissions you have. Here is volume, I have only like a limited permission. So now again, I'm changing the 777 to volumes. Why I required to, sorry?
Recursively manners are not working.
No, it's taking long time, man.
Okay.
So here I have vol1.
Because it takes too much time.
Yeah, I completely makes sense. Here I have vol1. Again, I'm going on vol1. Here I have /_data. This is a file. This is also a folder. It is taking long time, so I'm using this thing.
Okay, not a problem.
If I go here, I don't have anything. Okay, it's no such file or directory. Because here I don't have anything. Now what I'm doing, I'm trying to create a text file here. I just created text1.txt. If I do ls, here I have this file. Okay, now I'm coming out of this thing. Now I came to this thing. Now what I have done here, I created a volume and I went to the mount path of that volume. Here I can copy this thing. Here, this is my var lib volume, Docker volume, val1_data. This is the mount point at which is gave to me. I'm able to access this thing. I'm able to access this thing, and I created a text1.txt over there. Now I need to attach this volume to my Docker container. Okay, I need to attach this thing into my Docker container. Docker ps-a. I have many containers running. Let me kill those things. Docker rm -f. All gone. No, I don't have any containers. Now I'm creating a container. docker run -d detached mode -- name of the container, the tomcat with as tomcat, sorry, underscore C1. Okay, with the name, with the tag name tomcat is V1 or V2, anything I can give. But here in previously we gave -p for port, which is running on 8090 8081. I can take that under a host port as 8080. Now here I'm giving -v volume, -v volume, and volume name. Along with volume name, I have to give a mount path. Mount mean to say my container need to access that as a path, right? I'm just giving that as a path. Volume / data. I'm just giving as a mount to path to the volume as /data. Now I can go to the container. I can use /data as like this thing, and I can able to access that as a mount to path to my container. Okay, I can access that one. So I just provided this like this. So it created the container. I can see the Docker PSA. Here I have the details. Now let me go to this Docker exec. -IT interactive terminal mode. And this is my container. I'm just using bin bash. So now I'm in this container. If I do the cd/data, I'm into the cd/data. What file I have out there?
Text one.
Where I created that file? Now I'm in my container, but where I created that file, I create this file in a volume or like in a mount point, which is given for me by the Docker volume. Okay. Now I'm in container. See here, I'm in container. I'm trying to create one more file here. I created a file here, and I do exit here. I came out of the container. Now I go to this particular path. How many files I have?
Two files.
But text2.txt, where it is created?
Container. Under the container.
Okay. Now anyway, my container is running.
No.
Now anyway, my container is running. I don't want container. I just use Docker rm-f. I can remove this thing. Container got deleted.
Yes.
Again, let me go to the C drive, same thing. Do you have that file?
Yes.
Yes.
So like this, you can send a file from local. So text1.txt, what I've done, I created this file in the local and I send it to the container. And this is a file which I created in the container and can able to access to the like local volume. So now in this mount point, what are the mount point, which is like volume, give it to me. I can utilize that as a shared folder to my container. So I can assign more than like I can assign the same volume to multiple containers. Let me try that. So now what I've done here, this is what I've created. Okay. So now I'm creating one more container. Now this time I have to use this 2, and I have to using I change the container, I change the port. I can go to any of the volume and I can go to any of the container. I can able to retrieve the volumes. Not this is only for one container. It is not something like that. You can attach this volume to a number of containers. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Shiva, I am having a bit doubt. Means in the volume part means.
Yes, sir. You can ask. Shoot out.
Sir, means I'm having a bit doubt that once you created the file inside the mount part, means the cd where lib docker, that first you inspect the volume. First you created a volume, then you
Yes.
inspect that, and then you mount, means inside a mount
location, you created a test.1 txt file.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Then after that, you created a container.
Yes.
And from after running that container, we got that same test1.txt file. Means how it works, means I'm having a bit doubt. And
No,
after that,
you
you
see here,
delete the container also. So
can
it
you
is
see
still
here?
present.
This is a volume volume 1, which is the volume I created.
Yes,
And
sir, yes, sir.
and slash, this is the mount path I'm assigning. I'm asking you take this volume as the mount path of these things. So when I went to the container, I didn't give this volume something. I just gave slash data. Where is the mount path which I assigned to the container? I'm going through the same path only.
Okay. So after deleting the container also, still that file was present. So
yes, the still file has been there. Yes. That is one of the use why we created that.
Okay. So it is the use case of volume, sir. Means it is a kind of share. Means we can create in local also, and we can share it to that container also.
Yeah, but you have to. Okay. So, we have to share the files, and you have to, suppose your container generated a file. Okay, you have some files in your container. How you gonna, like, if container got deleted, how you get the files?
Okay. Using volume.
Exactly. So even you can call this as a persistent volumes. Persistent means to say stay alive. So these volumes stay alive even if the container dead.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions?
No, sir.
Perfect. So this is a concept of volumes. It's only persistent volumes, keep persistent data. You're attaching the volumes and then you are retrieving the data. All those things is happening like this thing. So we good with volumes. Can I go to the other topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So now here, I just create, okay. Let me clear, I have some, yes.
Shiva, suppose we are creating 2 volumes, so how can we list those volumes?
No, you can attach only one volume to the one container. You cannot add multi volumes to the container. Let me try. Why can't we go? We'll try that. Okay. For your sake, I'll try that as well. I'll create file 2. Okay. Vol 2 is one thing I have, but anyway, I'm not going on mount path. I'm not taking anything. Here, I'm just using -v, one more -v. Vol 2 dot data. Say volume Tomcat C1 is already, sorry. It says duplicate mount path, so I can use. It can happen multiple volumes, madam. Just something new. Let me go to this container, sorry. This is my container as Tomcat 3, okay. Docker exec -it terminal mode and container 3, I use bin, use dash. Okay, cd / data. I'm here in the data, which I have LSST. Now again, cd / data 1. You can add multiple volumes, madam, but this is very new for me. Even once it has one volume, you cannot do you cannot attach multi volumes. Might be the new future may have that one.
Okay.
Might be in the newer versions, they might given that. I'm not sure.
And volume also considered as an image, right?
No, volume is a data storage. It's a simple folder, shared folder kind of thing.
So that same instruction you are using, no? Like Docker images, then it's also showing the volumes.
No, why it shows the Docker images as a volume? Do you have anything volumes here?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is
It's
what volumes.
versions.
Yeah, this is the volumes. So let me clear some kind of things. So Docker ps-a Docker rm-f. Okay, before removing, I have 3 containers. Now what I do, Docker, so same thing. Okay, Docker, I can take this one container, Docker inspect. I'm just giving Docker inspect and a container ID. It gave me about the container details. It gave me these many details for the container. Name Tomcat C3. So ID created path Catalina.sh. It is running the path as Catalina.sh. That's running command. State running past dead defaults, error, anything you have here, and image resolution path, what you have. So they gave a lot of details about this thing. Okay, a lot details about this container. Okay, any of multiple options they gave here. And if you see here, data, there's also data thing they have. The mount path they have, and mount volumes also you can see. Vol1, Vol2, that both you have here. Mounts as this thing, you mounted, you're attached to that volume. And configs you can see here. And image, you can see the Tomcat V2. And for the image front side, like this is the working directory, entry point, onboards, anything you have. So network settings. When you come to the network settings, here you can see port comes as 8080, host port is 8083, and you don't, it not shows the target port here. And you have all these details here. When you come into the last thing, it says like IPv6 address, gateway, endpoint, all those things. IP address is also assigning something here.
Which command executed for this, Shiva?
Docker inspector.
Okay.
So here you can see something called network. It gave me some kind of network. Okay, it gave me some kind of network. Okay, it says like network ID, endpoints, gateway, IP address, all those details. Okay, so what is this network? Let me check what I have related to the network. Clear Docker, I use network.
IP address related to Ubuntu image or
no,
about the container?
Container will have a ID, madam. Like every container will have IP address.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Every container we have ID. So now here I giving Docker network. I thought of checking for the Docker, and I gave Docker -help. See here, connect to a container, connect a container to the network, create a network, disconnect a container from the network, inspect, ls, prone, rm. All those things, it gave me all those details. Okay, it gave me all those details. Now let me see Docker. What are the Docker network I have? Here it gave me some kind of Docker networks. So what network it is? Bridge network, host network, and other network is null. What these are all? So it has a default network. Bridge is the default network. Bridge is the default network driver. Bridge is the, you can see here, this bridge is the default network driver for your Docker. So bridge is the default network driver for your Docker. Okay, so host is also one of the network. Host is also one of the network. Like you have multiple networks like this thing. So now I'm trying to create one more network. I'm using Docker network, create the network. I say like star as well.
But sir, what is network here? Like, what does it mean?
That's what I'll tell you. Okay, so I just created a network. Why I required a network? This thing. The first thing, what is the use of the network?
We to connect or share.
Yes, container also. Every container created, like it is a every container which we created, we need to assign a IP addresses to that containers. How am I assigning IP address? If I been into the network, what are the associated IP addresses associated to the network can be assigned to the containers. So now I'm bringing all those things into one kind of network so that IP addresses can be assigned to that. Okay, so IP addresses can be assigned to that one. So again, if your container, definitely if you're creating multiple containers, you have to make sure that you have proper IP addresses for that. But those are not exposed thing. That container is that network is not cannot be exposed, but it only within the internal that you called internal networks, internal IP addresses, which has been created by using the Docker network. But to identification, Docker required to have identification, right? If required to have identification, it required to provide an IP address for that one. So Docker will treat that as IP address is one entity for your Docker container. So if you want to create, if you want to have it like, yes, I want to create like all the IP addresses under this network, you can create, you can use this thing. That is the purpose we are doing here. Okay. Just clear this thing. And now what I'm doing, again, I'm just creating just consider I'm creating a container like this thing. I'm just creating one more container. This I'm using C4. Here I'm using 8084. Volume also I can go with one volume. I can remove other volumes. I can use -- network name star as a. Sorry, spelling mistake. A container name is already created, but even that time it is created. This is a very bad. Even it was unable to find the network, but it created the container. See, very bad. Give me a minute. It's spelling mistake. Docker ps-a. See, these are the created, but it's not running. See here, this container got created, but those are created status on it, not in the running status because of it not taken further processes. I gave star as well, and I gave C5. If I gave this thing, now a container got created. Now we like a C5 is the one container that got created. Now if I go to the C5 container, let me see. If this is a container, if I do Docker inspect, I just gave this container. See, this network it shows star as well, and here it shows me like IP address, all those things. See, this is a IP address is given as a 02. Like this, if I created n number of, if I created one more on this same thing, if I created one more on the same thing, like here I gave it is C4 and 8084, same star as well. It got created one more this thing. Here I gave Tomcat C4. So this also came with IP address as 003 under the star as well. Now, what are the containers it's creating under my network? All these things is assigned to the same IP address. This is how I can maintain some kind of IP addresses, and I can bring it up all the containers under the one network. Now I can see like if I going on the container that I'm able to see the network. We go to the Docker network. If I do the inspect. Inspector, if I do star as well, this is a network name. Here I can see how many containers are running for that thing. So here Tomcat 5, Tomcat 4, and here it is 1803, is 1802, and it has this is the IP address range it provided for that. Okay. So any questions here? So it won't show you any impacted, but only right. It in physically it won't show you any impacting, but this only like can help you to like keep all your containers in one network. That is the only thing, and that but 100% that network is a internal network. It cannot be exposed kind of thing. Okay, that is the one thing. But only like you keeping all the containers in your network. That is the one you can able to see. So any questions?
So where this network get consumed, like we are making all them in one network. In real use case, like how it helps?
No, that's what I say. It is only like you creating, like, suppose if I have this Docker, if I have multiple projects in this Docker, I can create like my network. I can create like one network for my this thing, and I can keep all networks under my. I can create networks under my this thing. So I don't want to club with any other containers. And also this helps through like a container to container communication. But if you see in the specific in the Docker perspective, it won't much useful part you. But if you're going on the same thing, this thing in like a Kubernetes and other orchestration tools, it helps you like that network will helps you to like communicate to container. If a container to container communication is being required to be established, it comes under this particular IP addresses.
So maybe like in the microservice architecture, we have multiple microservices running in different containers, and they need to talk.
No. Yeah. If required, you can direct it. You can establish a direct connect with that. That is also possible. That is also can be useful. It provided a direct communication between container to container. If all are in one network.
Okay.
If you want to place it on a different network, how do we do that?
You have connect option. If you have you already been to the one network and you want to change the network, right?
Yeah.
You have connect option. So Docker network connect, and you have to provide that. Can use help. So you can see here which IP you want to have, or like you can connect to a container to a network. You can provide all these things to your these things. So network connect option, network container. Okay, you can provide these options. You can here you can say network and you can container. So this container will come to this network. Any of the thing you want to have, you can add these things. Okay, good. Let me clear something. Docker ps-a, Docker rm-f. I'll take all these things.
Can we create the images of that network so that we can directly get number of containers?
Seriously, I didn't understand the question. What is the image here? What is the image and what is the network here?
No. From container, we can create the image.
You want to say from I have a container and a container associated with image, and you want to create an image from the container, not image to the container. Am I right?
No. Please repeat. I'm not.
I didn't understand your question. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let it go.
Just like, tell me what, I didn't understand the question.
Like suppose from when image is in the running mode, we can say it is a container. Okay. And collection
I lost you, madam. I didn't. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Your voice is breaking. I don't know whether your network or my network. This is the reason we have to use the container network to be in same. Either if you can ping me or I can do that. Hello, am I audible, guys?
Yes, to me.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, maybe I didn't understand the question, but if she able to ping me, then I can answer, try to answer that. Okay. So now, for let me clear this thing, and even I remove the Docker images. Even I have not required these many images. I'm using Docker RMI. I'm using I'm using Tomcat V1 and V2. And this also other image I'm just removing. I have only one image, that's fine. And I can take it up, no worries. Suppose even if I try to delete this Tomcat, see here, Docker RMI, if I'm taking this thing. And I'm taking this other image as well. I have entire things. Like now I don't have anything, so I have only one image. Okay, now when it is clear, entire things has been clear. Now I don't have much things because to space issues, I removed that. Okay, now I have only one image here, that is Tomcat, which is also apps. Okay, now I want to like I have 3 images. Like just consider I have a Tomcat, I have Redis, I have different thing. I have like this, multiple images I have. Sorry, I have multiple images like this thing. I want to create container to the multiple images on the same time, but each image will contain, each image have one container, but 3 images, 3 different containers, but I have to create all those things in a single shot. Okay, are you able to understand?
Yes.
I have 3 different images, like a Tomcat V1, Tomcat apps, Tomcat, Tomcat, something like I have. But 3 images, I require to create a containers on that 3 images, respective container, respective images to the respective container, but all 3 in a single shot. Are you mad? Why I have to do that? What is the use case? Why are you asking to do that? Why I have required 3 containers at the same time? Yes. Why we required that? Yep. Why I require to do that? What is the use case? So like if you have an application, okay? In your application, you're running containers. In your application, you have different images. I mean to say you have a front-end image, you have back-end image, and you have different images. That it make okay, you have back-end image, you have middleware image, you have front-end image. Like this, you have different types of images you have. But now what you want to take, you want to take all those things as a single shot. You want to run all the containers on a single shot. Okay, all the containers in a single shot. So how are you going to achieve that one? How you going to achieve that one? So now again, like if I after that, suppose I have application, it required to be run from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. After the 5 o'clock, I don't want the application. I want to delete the containers. What are the related containers for each image I want to delete? I want to delete those things. So in that case, how are you going to create a multiple containers for respect to corresponding images? How you're deleting the same containers for the respective images? By using Docker Compose. By using a Docker Compose. Docker Compose is one of the it is a separate entity. It is a separate tool, but it is also one of the future into the Docker. But you have to install Docker Compose as separately. Okay. First, you have to sudo apt install docker -compose. Sudo apt install docker compose -y. So it is installing one more entity called docker compose. This is a separate tool, I can say, docker compose, separate tool. Okay, now I use docker -compose -version. See, docker compose version is this thing and build is unknown. Okay, that is 1.250. This is what my docker compose. Now, how this docker compose works? As you said, you write to multiple content. You require to have you have to provide a configuration, writing multiple containers, multiple images as a kind of configuration file you have to write. So in that configuration file, you have to include what are the images you have and what are the images you have to take. That you have to provide all these things. Then only it will take you it will goes on your configuration files. Okay. It will take that as a kind of configuration files. Now, so how you write what you're writing a configuration file here? You require to write a configuration file called dockercompose.yaml. Dockercompose.yaml. You cannot change the file name. You cannot use a different name. It's simple dockercompose.yaml. It is a YAML file. It is a I didn't use this command, right? Let me write docker run -d -name tomcat _c1 with this name -val -v val1 /data by using image tomcat.apps. This is the one way. The network docker run -d -name tomcat _c2 -network, and you have to give network name and tomcat apps. Okay. Now I'm going on docker compose. Docker -compose. Docker compose okay. Now I say docker compose.yaml file. I have to mention what file it is. I have to mention docker compose file. So what it required to have this docker compose file, it required to have a configuration file that what it contains a configuration file. So what you have to do over there. So let me show you like what you have to do over there. Everything you're writing that as a services. First you have a version like let me get the version. What version? I think you have V2 or something. 1 second. Where is this thing? I think version V3 or V2 something. Yeah, it is version 3. Okay. So you have to write a compose like a docker compose YAML.file. So what you require to say version this thing as 3. You require to have version 3 for this thing, and you have to write services. You have to write services. This services here, inside of the services, you're writing what are the services you want to have. Suppose front end. For front end, what you are using? You're using an image. Yes. Tomcat with apps. You're doing that one. But suppose then you have database DB. You can use Redis image. I don't have image Redis. Okay. I don't have any image. Now I take OS. In the OS, I can take images Ubuntu. It's simple. Like I just take, I'm trying to take 2-3 images. This is how you can simply write how many images you want to have. You can simply write these things. Okay. Now this is the file you have to create as. This is the file you have to create as. Here you're going on this file. You're going on this thing as a file called Docker Compose. Docker. So you have to write vi docker -compose.yaml. Here I'm writing these things. Here I'm writing version as 3, services, front-end image, DB image, OS image. I take 3 images. I'm just saving this thing. And how I created all the containers at the same time. How can I created the containers for all the same time? So you can utilize, one second. You can utilize docker-compose up-t in detached mode. Docker compose up-t. So see here, create a networking Ubuntu default. It is creating, see here, it's pulling the Redis image. Say pulling OS Ubuntu image. Now this is what it says. Now let me go to the Docker ps-a. See, I have 3 images. Redis latest, 3 containers, Ubuntu, Tomcat apps, Redis. All things you can see, all those things created 11 seconds ago. All the 3 created 11 seconds ago. But Ubuntu got failed. Here Ubuntu can see exited in that. I don't mind, but it is give me all those things created in single second. But how can I do this thing? I just use Docker Compose down. I don't have any single container over there. I don't have a single container. I don't have any single container here. Can you able to see?
There should be 3 single containers, right?
Sorry?
It should be 3 single containers, no? Because we create 3 as
that's what I said. It should be 3 single respective images have a containers. See what I gave here. I say one image for the Tomcat, one image for the Redis, one image for the Ubuntu. You can see the same. One image for one container ID for the Ubuntu, one container ID for the Redis, one ID for the Tomcat. It has been created 3 containers. But it's respective to the different images, not the same images.
Shiva, how to avoid?
Yep.
How to avoid that Ubuntu from exiting?
You have to provide like any of the running state over there.
Okay.
Have to run this container. We have to run this by using container ID only. There is no container name. Na?
Yeah, here you can have a container name, right? Like a container name, it comes like Ubuntu DB1, OSs, you can write a container name. See, I just gave you a simple file. If you want to have write multiple names here, you can write here. Go to this name. You can say like a container. You can come here. You can come here. You can say name. You can write name for the same.
It's here we are providing that like name.
I can say Tomcat underscore C5. That can be possible.
Yes.
Hello.
We can also provide other parameters, right? Like volume and everything.
You can, sir. Happy can
right
say.
underneath.
Yeah, happily you can say like you can do. You can come here. You can use volumes. Sorry, it required to be from here. You have to be the same thing. Okay, volumes, and you can provide here. And but here you have to provide that as volumes. You have to provide hyphen volume. You can, as you can provide multiple volumes, right? You can provide this thing. Sorry, why it has been taking hyphen here. You can say /data. And you have to provide what volume you want to have it. You can provide that. No worries. Like there's a mount path you can take, and you can provide anything. Like you can provide anything, sir.
So after we update this file, we want to create it from the cache. So that thing we can do in a group also, right?
Sorry.
So like initially when we're creating the Docker file, we use the cache functionality to make it faster because we already had a version existing.
Even that is like you doing on it is this thing. No, like you taking it is image. You already have image. That is the image creation process. This is a container creation process, sir.
Okay.
No, you said like you don't want to have an image. So same like I'll answer your question. So you don't want to have image. You don't want to have image. You can use build also. Build. Use build, and you can use Dockerfile path. It also created a file for you. It also created image for you as well. Anything possible here. But ultimately, see, whatever you provided, whatever you related to, you provide here, the concept is the same, but you are using in the different manner. That is the point here. Okay, you can creating images the same, you creating container is also same, but here you have an option to create multiple containers for the respective different images respectively. Okay, that is the only option, but a container creation process, container deletion process, container, everything is the same as this, but you're not required to delete or you're not required to add more. You can simply take it up that as container, you just use Docker Compose up, it automatically create automatically up all the containers. It created all the containers. If you use down, it will stop and delete all the containers. That's it. That's what Compose, we do only Compose for this thing. This is the purpose of sorry.
Can we create the network from directly from the Docker Compose?
You cannot create network. You can attach to a network.
Attach. Okay.
Okay.
So if we don't have the Redis image in our Docker, then it will first download the image from the Docker Hub also. Is it so?
Docker Hub only, not also. It has to get it from the Docker Hub only.
Okay, sir.
It has to get it from the Docker Hub only. I don't have any other option. Any other questions? Okay. So this is what called Docker Compose, but I never see anyone using Docker Compose, and I never saw someone discussing about the Docker Compose as well till the date. But I don't know why we have this thing. It is maybe some kind of older, very old time it might be used. I'm not 100% sure this thing, but I never used, I never gone through these things. Okay. I'm using Docker info here. I can see something is called Swarm is inactive. I could see something as called Swarm inactive. What is this Swarm? Docker Swarm. What is this Docker Swarm? Docker Swarm is a cluster. First thing, what is meant by the cluster? Very generic terminology.
A bunch, a group.
Group of nodes.
Good. So one or more items together creating as a group or something, you call it as a cluster. Here also same thing, connecting multiple Docker engines. Connecting multiple Docker engines and connecting multiple Docker engines, and I'm preparing a kind of a cluster. So every cluster will have a master or a manager. Okay, every cluster will have a master or manager who maintain all the cluster related informations, who maintain all the cluster things, who maintain all the cluster level administrative activities maintained by the your master or manager. And you have workers. Other than that master, like suppose you have 10 Docker engines. And after the 10 Docker engines, you can take one Docker engine as the master or manager, and remaining things you can take as a workers. Remaining things as a workers. If you want to add one more, worker, you go into the master, you're going to attach that in Docker engine also, one of the worker to your cluster, Docker Swarm cluster. Okay, this is why what we do here, like you creating a manager or master, and you're also creating worker machines, and that all by together, all those things, you're creating a cluster. You're creating a cluster. What I do with the cluster? So I'm anyway creating containers. I'm anyway doing all this thing. I create a volumes network, all this. Why I require to create a cluster? See, why I always removing the files. My Docker is low. My Docker is like, kind of one instance I've taken, and I don't know, I can have how can I add multiple resources to this thing? If I have I created EC2 instances, that is EC2 itself is a very small. How can I have multiple EC2 instances added together? But those are all required to have a Docker flavor. All things is not. I'm not required to maintain go to that Docker or go to this Docker something. Someone required to manage that. That's what we call manager for the Docker Swarm. By using a Docker Swarm, we are connecting multiple engines, and that manager can take care of the remaining engines. And here you just simply provided Docker Compose. Simply provided create container. It may be created any of the Docker Compose. Any of the Docker engine. why I'm getting composed. So once you created the Docker Swarm cluster, if you run some kind of container creation, it can be created either here or there. Anything, anyway, you can create the container. So it is reduce the burden on your Docker, one specific Docker engine. Like that, you can add multiple Docker engines. That is a one use case. And also here, everything has the services. Now containers comes as a services. Okay, so services, what is meant by the services? So like now services, right? Like you can containers, right? Like you can create for the one image, you can create multiple containers. I'm already doing that. No, a kind of interrelated, like no, how can I say, like for one image, same container, you can create multi containers, not multiple, multi containers. Okay, so suppose like the same thing, one image, I'm creating multi containers, not multiple containers. Okay, it is called multi-container architecture. Multi-container services can be created here. Mean to say, for one image, I can create 3 containers on the same thing. For one image itself, I can create 3 containers, but all are with the same IP address. All are the same IP address. Suppose if I have to do that, what is the use? If I'm giving you like in a service here, that service can be like if you're getting more traffic for the same one container, if one container cannot handle the multiple, if one container cannot handle the multiple requests, we are adding more containers to the same thing. We are adding more containers to the same thing. So how we are adding more worker machines to to the Docker Swarm? You're also creating multiple, you are assigning multiple containers to the same. Okay, now it cannot be created Docker like a container C1, container C2 something. It will create a Docker container C1 and C1-1, C1-2, C1-3, all those things. Same container with multiple containers. Same as one container getting multiple containers for the same image. That concept you call replicas. That concept you call replicas. So if you say replica is equal to 3, it will create you 3 containers at the same time for the one image. It will create 3 containers at the same time for the one image. Okay. What is any other use here? You can provide mean and max number of containers. What is the mean and what is the max of the containers? We know auto scale, right? So replicas also work as auto scaler for your containers. Suppose if your traffic have more traffic, it required to go more than 3, it automatically created. You have to give max search as something like you have to give. Based on that, if it has been happening more on that, it increases the number of containers. So like a containers C1, 1, 2, 3 you have. Now container C1, 4, based on the request, 5 will also create. And max, how many can create like that? You can create 10 or 20. You can provide max number of containers details over there. So for one service now, I can have one image. For that, I can create multi-containers. I create multi-containers at the same time. And why I have to maintain the minimum? Why I have to maintain minimum? Even if I have one thing, that is also can take. No, you and on average, based on your request, you have to maintain this thing. Suppose you provided as 1. If that container lost, what it will use? Again, so you're providing 3, right? What it will do, the replica, it will make sure it will maintain 3 containers. Even if you delete one container also, it will automatically create that. It always try to make sure you have minimum 3 containers every time. To also make sure every time you have 3 containers. That is the useful things here in this Docker Swarm. Any questions before going on the practical? Okay, let me show the practical thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Suppose we have 3 containers running. Okay.
Yes, sir. Hello. Someone created 3 containers and left. I couldn't able to hear anything. Sir, what I have to do with the 3 containers?
Sir, I think he's disconnected.
Sir, your containers are here, 3 containers. What you want me to do? I'm just kidding.
Suppose we have 3 containers running.
Okay.
Okay, out of this, I want to access one of them.
Okay, one of them. Okay.
I have to do.
Access mean to say what? What kind of access you want to have? Whether you want to do EXCC or you want to use the IP address or you want to use like a external port.
Just EXCC.
You can do. Every container will have container ID for that.
Oh. Okay.
But it is the same. Every 3 containers will work as the same. It will share the same logs. It will share everything as a common thing. Let me show you.
Okay.
Okay, let me share you. Okay. So for that, I required one more container, sir. So I'm just creating one more Docker instance here. Hey, I forgot to mention, guys, like for the last session, on suppose last session, they'll take a screenshot. So you have to enable your video for just 2 minutes, some kind of thing. Okay, once all people are enable their video, they'll take a screenshot of like with all the people. Okay. So prepare for that. Last week Sunday, last in class, right? They'll take that action. Okay. After that, don't tell sir, I don't have makeup, sir. I'm not coming with the makeup. I'm sitting half naked. I'm just wearing bananas. Don't come with that. Okay, just I think they'll post something in their these things. So prepared well for that. I don't know. One day they told me this thing. All of a sudden they told me this thing. I said okay. All of a sudden they asked me to open the video. I mean, like, sitting in home, I'm saying like a happy, relaxedly, I'm wearing my, like, innerwear and I just sit it like happily in the class. I was shocked. They told, no, we will have this kind of things. So prepare well yourself on that. Just 2 minutes. Okay, it's they know. I don't think so. They're gonna force you something. So update. Okay, it is created. Okay, it is created. Clear this thing. Now I have to do a simple thing. Docker spam init. I shown you already, like if I show here, Docker info. If I show here, as you have spam inactive. See, spam is inactive here. Here also it will be like, now I'm just initializing the spam. So it says spam initialized. Current node is now as a manager. And to add worker nodes this spam, run the following command. This is the command they give it to me. This is what they gave to me. If they say add to manage this network, use spam join token same hyphen manager. You can also add as one more as a manager. This is the token they gave it to me. Okay, now this is what they gave me. Now what I have to do here, I'm going on this particular machine. I'm running the same thing, sudo, and same thing. This is the command they gave it to me. I'm going on this thing. I'm copying this thing. Here, I'm just going on this thing and I'm pasting this line. See, this node joined as a spam as a worker. Here, now it has been joined. Now it has been created. So now if I use Docker info, spam as active, this is manager true, manager 1, 2 nodes. These are the subset, data path, some kind of configurations, auto managers, manage address, all those things has been given here. This is the manage address. And if I go here, that is also I can see. Spam active, node IZ is manager false, node address, manage address. You can have such details. Now you created these things. You created as cluster. Now cluster got created. Now what I have to do? I have to create the services. What services I'm going to create here? The same thing, like for the Tomcat itself, for Tomcat itself, I'm going to create multiple containers. So how I'm going to create? Multiple containers. So here I use Docker service -- helper. What do you get here? Docker service, you can create a service, you can inspect service, logs, list, PS, list of the task, one or more services, RM, rollback, scale up, update. These are the options I have. So now let me create a service. Docker service create hyphen name. What is the container name? Tomcat _ C1. Either
Create.
Okay, CREAT. Okay.
Yes.
And what is my image? Tomcat _ apps. So it is services converged. If I see the what service it is, Docker service ls. Here I can see this is the service ID, name Tomcat C1, replicated one by one Tomcat apps. Here you can provide like same Docker service create. You can provide --- network, --- whatever you want to have. You can do all those things. There is no point. I'm going on. As I said, I can give replicas. I can use --- replicas. Replicas equal to 5. I can give the same thing, but here I have to give instead of content, like say D. Let me go here in this service. I don't have any image here. It's still taking a lot of time to get that. See, each node will access Tomcat apps independently, possibly leading to different nodes running different version of the image. So here, one thing you have to remember, suppose each, like now, here I have Docker, here I have one Docker compose. Here, whatever the image I have, here I'm creating, if I have a same image here with the same name, different version, it will be created with this, it will be created here, the containers with the same different thing only. If I have a same name here, again, it will be this, it will show us as the different thing. So it says, see here, each node will access Tomcat apps independently. Okay, possibly leading to the different nodes running on the different versions of the image. Okay, you have to remember that line. Why it is taking so much long? Docker service ls is created but is not able to replicate it. Let me remove this thing. Let me. Okay, what I do, I'll use Ubuntu as usual, regular kind of thing, which I'm using Ubuntu image. Why it is taking this longer for the Ubuntu image itself? Docker service. What is the service name? ls. Docker service log. It's logs, sorry. It was not able to generate any logs. But something is issue with this thing. It is going on very slow. So anyway, I have one Docker service here. What I do, Docker service. I just RM. Just remove this thing. Now itself, I'll maybe updated the replica. Docker service. You can do inspect as well. You can do this inspect of the service, like whatever options you have here, you can check that one. You can use inspect, you can use update in this thing, hyphen replicas.
Update spelling.
Yeah, okay. Two, three. Update here. What I do, like Docker service ls hyphen help, I'll take. Here you have plenty. Okay. Where is hyphen replicas? Okay, you have hyphen replicas, and then you have to give this service. Okay. Docker service update hyphen replicas equal to 3 for the service. Docker service ls. Here the same thing I'll take. So now it is creating 3 services. So see here, it is replicated to 3 things. I use Docker service PS. This is service name here. Docker PS, I can give service name. So see here, these are rejected 40 seconds ago. No such image. Okay, something is issue with that. It even Ubuntu also it was not able to pick that. So here these are the running, like I say, Docker PS-a. You're not getting, like I use Docker PS-a. So here I have 3 containers running on this thing. But if you see here, C.3, C.2, C.1. I gave C only, but it gave me C.1 and C.2, C.3. Like this, it gave me all those things. If I see here, so here, like it says, like this image has been status by 9 minutes ago. These are been came as 2 minutes ago. Let me do Docker rm-f. I'm deleting this container. See, again, a new container created as a C1, 2 seconds back. See, a new container has been created just upon seconds, 8 seconds back. Even if you deleted a container, it automatically created how many minimum you want to have, that many minimum it will be created. So you can use Docker service ls. So this is a service. Even if you delete one, it automatically get one. If you deleted two, it automatically try to this thing. You can update this replicas equal to 9 as well. You can create how many you want to have. You can create that. Oh, it is not able to create for that. Ubuntu. See here, it is trying to get the image. Image has been came. Here it not came anything. See, it is trying to create 10 seconds ago, 21 seconds ago, it has created. Ubuntu has been created, but Ubuntu has been exited that. Okay, maybe that is the reason it was not able to do. It was trying to create. Okay, I understand. Ubuntu is bad, so I'll give, instead of Ubuntu, I'll give Tomcat apps only. And I'll give Redis. Here I can give -, anything I can give. If I go here, still let to came. See, Redis images came. And see these images. So previous Ubuntu images, Redis images also exited, but this container got created. Okay, if you use Docker PS, you don't have any. So it is data task has been failure because of Redis images was not able to be in online for multiple times. It was unable to do in multiple times. Using same thing. If I want to have use, you can utilize. I can use Tomcat latest. Okay, with this name, it is already existed services. Now I'm taking the Tomcat latest, mean to say my application don't have Tomcat. I'm just trying to install Tomcat service from this thing. So if you see here, Docker images, yet to come. Okay. See here, it come Tomcat image ID created 10 days back and 475 MB. And if I see Docker PS, I don't have anything. See, it is creating 1 second back. Tomcat has been created 1 second back. Status is in created state, but it's not in up and running states. You can kill this thing. Docker service, you can use F1 help. They can see scale up one or multiple replicated services. You can update services, revert changes to the service configuration, remove list of the services, logs, inspect, all those things you can see. Docker service ls. I have these services, but the services are unable to replicate it because it is going on existed status. I'm using Docker service RM. Still I have images here. But can I have that same images, Docker images here? Then I have the same. Here you can see I have these things. Here I have Tomcat as a latest, Redis as latest, Ubuntu as latest. Here also I have Tomcat as tag none, Redis tag is none, and Ubuntu tag as none. It does have. Even I have those images as well. It is there in all the missions. Like that is where you can create multiple. You can create multiple images, multiple containers in multiple Docker engines. Okay. If I can delete from here. If I'm deleting here, it won't impact an others machine, others Docker engine. So it has something is child item has been there. See, Tomcat and Ubuntu, both I have here. Here I have Docker images. Even my images are here. I don't have any problem with this thing. If I do Docker ps-a here, see I have only 3 images which is running for the Tomcat. But here, if I do the Tomcat ps-a, I have plenty. Even I deleted images, all images, all related to the containers, all existed containers are gone. I don't have any of those things. Like this, you can create services then from one instance to other instances, from one machine, one Docker engine to other Docker engines. Like this, you can create a cluster and you can do a replicate of the services and you can create multi-containers for each image. So any questions? Any questions?
No, Siva.
No, not now, Siva. Maybe next Saturday.
Okay.
It's the next one.
Sorry, madam.
Which one is the next one?
Okay, so with the Docker is completed now. So Docker done, we are completed with the Docker. Now tomorrow, next session, I'll go to the Ansible and we have Terraform and we have like monitoring tools, like we're going on those things. And after that, we have other things as well. So we'll go Kubernetes, we have even still we have a lot of things to be covered. Okay.
Okay, Shiva.
Good night. See you guys.
Okay, good night.
Yep, see you next week.